Viswat Chemicals Limited. The journey of Viswat began in the year 1996 with a dream to make its mark in the global specialty chemical sector. During this period, the company was established and since grown by investing in evolving and sustainable technologies and processes, thereby giving a foothold in key product portfolios across surfactants, specialty chemicals, esters and polymers, pharma excipients and intermediates. In the non-ionic surfactants space, Viswat is the market leader with more than 200 products sold both domestically and internationally in more than 30 countries. In line with the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Viswat throughout its journey has adopted in-house know-how, be it in research and development, engineering or continual improvement, and while doing so, has consistently met the requirements of its customers and vendors with respect to quality, quantity and on-time delivery. We strongly believe in creating value for money, for people, for machine, for product and for the environment. While doing so, there is a strong message that for Viswat, sustainability matters.
A journey of innovation and excellence. The DD International is now Orashine Essentials, moving forward with the same expertise, commitment, and perseverance, but with a bold new vision for the future. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of the fragrance and flavor industry, delivering quality to clients across the globe. With our new OraChem division, we're bringing world-class aroma chemicals to the Indian and global F&F market. We've partnered with global leaders, Alta Oils from Bulgaria and Aromaseed from Paraguay, to bring the finest aroma ingredients to India. Our newest innovations, Ora Sandal, Ora Santol, and Ora SM Core, are raising the bar for quality in aroma chemistry. In just 2 years, Esho has emerged as a leading fragrance brand in Africa, competing with global names while offering premium, cost-effective F&F compounds and products. Our retail brands, Avoca and Chant, bring premium avocado oil and aromatherapy essentials to discerning customers, led by the visionary Ms. Yashna Shetty. Our NABL-certified laboratory in Navi Mumbai offers world-class testing and analysis for natural and food ingredients, including aroma chemicals and specialty ingredients. Sustainability is at our core. Together with our partners, vendors, and well-wishers, we're planting 10,000 sandalwood trees, offsetting 3,750 mt of CO2 over the next decade. We're proud to sponsor and participate in the FAFI Expo 2024 in New Delhi, a testament to our ongoing leadership and innovation in the fragrance industry. At Orashine Essentials, we're enriching fragrances and flavors through innovation, expertise, and global partnerships. Explore the future of fragrances with Orashine Essentials. Visit us today.
Ahar has filed multiple suits on the High Court and Supreme Court on various matters affecting the interest of the hotel industry, resulting in positive verdicts. Representations made to ministers or government department for simplifications of policies in the process of ease of doing business. Members can avail expert opinions on various subjects like VAT, GST, income tax, ESC, PF, labor, MCGM, FSSAI, excise, copyrights, and police from professional experts and committee chairmen. Products related to the industry like kitchen equipment, groceries, beverages, billing hardware or software, banking or financial products, and etc. are available at special rates for Ahar members. Programs pertaining to the hotel industry are held regularly for the benefit of members and their employees. CSR activities for the benefit of the employees in terms of health camps and student scholarships for employees' kids.
The cinema industry has a few stars. But do you know the tourism and hospitality industry has many more stars? Yes, these are star performers who have cultivated a set of specialized skills as well as their personality. They are the real stars in the star rating awarded to leading hospitality brands. To ensure a welcome for our graduates with leading names in the hospitality sector, we have an intensive 3-year program to develop their knowledge, personality, and various technical and soft skills. Catering and hospitality is a sector where Bunt community has made its mark. RPH College of Hospitality Management is a proud part of the Bunt Sangha Higher Education Institutions. To pursue our vision of training our students into star performers, we have developed all-round infrastructure. On-campus training restaurant, basic kitchen and quantity kitchen, beverage mixology lab, a star guest room, front office area, imparting high professional training standards. Our students receive instruction from practice leaders to be able to qualify to work in high caliber teams in hotels, holiday resorts, flight kitchens, specialized caterers, corporate cafeterias, restaurants, convention centers, and cruise ships. Our faculty team of about 20 instructors and lecturers inculcate the hospitality sector's culture in the students, in addition to cutting-edge skills and efficient work routines.
Our mantra has 7 letters: WELCOME. Welcome, where every student who enters at RPH acquires the best of knowledge and skill through our state-of-art facilities like kitchens, training restaurant, and accommodation department. I, along with my team, welcome you to experience hospitality sector through events, seminar, and celebrity masterclasses organized at our institute. So, what are you waiting for? Welcome you to RPH.
Viswat Chemicals Limited. The journey of Viswat began in the year 1996 with a dream to make its mark in the global specialty chemical sector. During this period, the company was established and since grown by investing in evolving and sustainable technologies and processes, thereby giving a foothold in key product portfolios across surfactants, specialty chemicals, esters and polymers, pharma excipients and intermediates. In the non-ionic surfactants space, Viswat is the market leader with more than 200 products sold both domestically and internationally in more than 30 countries. In line with the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Viswat throughout its journey has adopted in-house know-how, be it in research and development, engineering or continual improvement, and while doing so, has consistently met the requirements of its customers and vendors with respect to quality, quantity, and on-time delivery. We strongly believe in creating value for money, for people, for machine, for product, and for the environment. While doing so, there is a strong message that for Viswat, sustainability matters.
A journey of innovation,
Sincerely apologize for the delay caused due to some technical reasons which is beyond our control. Please bear with us. Good evening everybody. Namaskara. Matirela Solmelu. Bunts Law Forum, an exclusive body of professional advocates established in the year 1995 to depart legal advice and other allied services to the society. Today, in association with Bunts Sangha Mumbai, Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industry, IBCCI, Bombay Bunts Association, Association of Bunts Chartered Accountants, Mumbai, Mulund Bunts, Thane Bunts, Ahar, Jawab, Association of Bunts Doctors, along with Vishwat Chemicals Limited, respectively greet and cordially receive all of you for today's unique and a rare legal program on legal seminar and panel discussion. Before proceeding further to the step of inauguration, it is unfortunate to announce that the organizers strongly condemn the heinous terror attack in Palagaon on 22nd April 2025. We profoundly mourn the sad demise of our own innocent people, citizens of India. We shall now extend our respect and condolences to the departed souls with 1 minute prayer to accord strength, and also pray the God to accord strength to families of bereaved to bear the loss. Please. Om Shanti. Thanks all. First of all, we shall pray the Almighty for the success, happiness and well-being of all of us. Before proceeding further with any program or any event, we pray our beloved God with a prayer by Srimati Shanta Prabhakar. At the same time, I request the President and office bearers of BLF and the sponsors to escort the Chief Guest Praveen P. Shetty and Guest of Honor Sri B. Vivek Shetty to the dais for lighting the lamp to inaugurate this professional function. I sincerely request the past presidents and trustees of Bombay Bunts to join us on this auspicious occasion to inaugurate. I also request the organizers in association with us, the Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce, office bearers, IBCSA, office bearers of Bombay Bunts Association, Association of Bunts Chartered Accountants, Mumbai, Mulund Bunts, Thane Bunts, Ahar, Jawab, Association of Bunts Doctors. Please pardon me, I have not taken them by names. I am requesting or the president or the office bearers of all the organizations along with us to organize the occasion. Please, Shantaka.
गजाननयोदं गणेश्वरं गजाननयोदं गणेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयोदं गणेश्वरं भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्री गजाननयोदं गणेश्वरम् अजेन्द्रपूजिता अजेन्द्रपूजिता विघ्नेश्वरं गणादिसन्नुत पदपद्मकरम् अजेन्द्रपूजिता विघ्नेश्वरं गणादिसन्नुत पदपद्मकरं कुञ्जरभञ्जनचतुरतरकरम् कुञ्जरभञ्जनचतुरतरकरं गुरुगुहाग्रं प्रणवाकारं गजाननयोधं गणेश्वरं भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्री गजाननयोधं गणेश्वरम् Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, Shantaka. Proud to say, Shanta Prabhakar Shetty is the Dharmapatni, wife of our dynamic president, Advocate P.K. Shetty. Big a clap for her. Thanks, Shantaka, and the chief guest of honor, and the organizers. Please, may I proceed? On this auspicious moment now, we will go ahead to our first part, presentation on will, gift deed, nomination and transfer of flat by Speaker Sreni Shetty, Advocate, partner of Mrs. A&B Legal. I request our General Secretary Ranjit Shetty to introduce Sreni to all of us. Please, Ranjit.
Good evening, everyone. Just something about Sreni, which of course I know, but I think everyone else should know. Sreni heads the dispute resolution practice of A&B Legal, which transgresses into quite a few geographical boundaries. Her focus is on national, Indian, international disputes, including arbitration, mediation, conciliation, litigation concerning commercial and constitutional issues. Leading a team of skilled, astute lawyers in a complex and high-stake disputes in diverse sectors, Sreni is involved in briefing councils, appearing various fora in disputes across Indian tribunals and courts where she features in important reported judgments and landmark cases. In the arbitration space, Sreni and her team have been involved in domestic and international arbitrations, both ad hoc and institutional, including LCIA, ICC, MCIA, JAMS, and several others. Apart from her practice before judicial forums, Sreni is widely regarded as impeccable legal strategist and an ability to find resolution and solution to disputes with her astute approach and profound knowledge of the law and industry whom she represents. Sreni, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ranjit. Sreni, please come and enlighten us.
Thank you, Ranjit, for the kind introductions. Sorry if that introduction has increased the expectations out of this presentation, but if I can just begin, thank you so much for this opportunity. I never thought I would be speaking in front of such a lovely crowd. So now what I will do, because of the time constraint, I'll just get on to the presentation. If somebody can just put it up. Hello. So I know this is a stage where generally marriages are conducted, but I'll be talking about death and will and all of that. So just bear with me for 35 minutes, not more than that. So anyways, until the slide actually begins, I would just introduce you to the topic generally which nobody wants to talk about. That is, one is very morbid, that is death. But the fact remains that all throughout our life, we kind of accumulate a lot of wealth for our children, for our family, so that they will be happy even after we pass away. And I'm sure that every one of us here struggles even in their day-to-day lives, to keep their family happy. So basically this estate planning is actually a very inherent part of our lives. Something that everybody ignores because they think that, oh, after death, we are not there. Everybody will sort it out, but generally that is not the case. Me being in disputes, I will be introducing this topic from the disputes point of view, because I have seen a lot of families fight over their wealth, which is actually completely avoidable when a proper estate planning has already been conducted, which is not a big deal. It's not a huge rocket science that you have to sit together, contemplate somebody. Generally, all of us have a head of the family, the earlier generation who has accumulated this wealth for us. That one person or the group of people who have done this for us, they owe it to themselves as well as their family that they set up a proper lineage through which they transmit their wealth across their families or to charities or whatever they want to do. Only point here is, it's not that ordinary people shouldn't plan their estate. It's not that only if, it's not that only if you are wealthy or rich, you have to do an estate planning. So we'll just move on with the presentation. We'll go to the next slide, please. So first question that all of us have is, do I even have an estate to plan? This is something that runs through all across our minds. Who is going to be there? It's my children, it's my family, they are only going to get it. I don't have much asset. I have only this one thing or this 2 flats or this one car. Is it worth spending my life over or my time over to have a document just to give this to somebody? So, next slide, please. So what I would like to say is, it doesn't matter what you have. If you have anything that is even a collection of mismatched Tupperware lids, you are entitled, you are an estate owner. You can pass this on to anybody who values it or who does not value it, who may just throw it down to the trash, but that is an estate for you. So most people think that only ultra wealthy need estate planning because who will fight over my one flat? But that is not the case. If it's a small home, land or heirloom, you have an estate. Next slide, please. So now the other question that comes is, when should I plan my estate? Now, only thing, I just keep telling everybody, all of my clients and whoever I meet, the only thing in life that is certain is death. So you may be living a very happy life, thinking very healthy, jogging in the morning, but you can drop dead any day. So today is the day that you plan your estate. So the right timing is all very important. Too young is not an excuse. People just got shot in Jammu Kashmir. So just, you can die any moment. Life is unpredictable. Planning early is wise. Estate planning isn't about death. It's about control and care. Even your family will realize that you took out time to make a proper document so that they can get what is due to them and it doesn't just pass over to anybody. Because I'm sure most of our families or many of our families have family abroad as well. The children have studied, they have moved out. When they move out, they just think that it is not worth fighting over their assets here, or it's not worth looking at it also. But this one flat or this one car is something that you saved for, something that you have invested your time and money in. You don't want it to go to random people or just the government. So you have to produce a proper plan so that at least on record, somebody knows who is getting what out of your estate. Next, please. So I'm sure, everybody knows Vijay Merchant. So what we can learn from Vijay Merchant on estate planning? That is one, if you have seen his matches, timing is everything. Act while you can. Many shots, one plan can solve many future issues. Actions speak louder than words. Let your estate speak your intent. You don't have to disclose it earlier. You can keep it for later. You can keep it with your lawyer. You can keep it with your chartered accountant. But you have to plan this document which will pass on your hard-earned wealth across. Keep it simple. You don't have to do a complicated document with respect to this. Avoid complexity for your heirs. Don't say, recently we were sitting across planning an estate for one couple who were just thinking that, if I die, let my wife get it. If my wife dies, okay, my children will get it, but only with respect to some 10% of it. What would be the value of 10%? I will determine it today. You don't have to control everything. You just have to simply plan out whom it can go to. You don't have to control with respect to how it goes through. That also will be determined as per the regulations. So you just have to ensure that your asset is streamlined in a good manner. Now, leave a legacy to be remembered. Now, legacy doesn't need to be your property. Legacy could be anything. Your name, your practice, your library of books. But you just leave it to somebody who deserves it or somebody you want to leave it to rather than it going to the dogs. Next, please. Now, what is, out of legacy planning, one thing that we all know and all are curious about is will. What do I do? How do I write a will? Why do I need to write a will? Now, will, what is exactly a will? That is something let's understand through this. These are the 5 inherent elements of a will. Will is a legal declaration of your wishes after death. I get a lot of questions when people ask me कि if मैंने अभी letter लिख लिया, will लिख लिया, will my kids get it today? No. Will by its nature, when you pass away, it activates only at that time. Names, executors and beneficiaries. Now your will will have 3 necessary elements. One is you're the testator, you're the executor. So when you execute it, your signatures are very essential. Second is you have to name somebody as somebody to execute your will after your death. By execution here, I mean that there has to be a person who will assign the benefits under your will to the beneficiaries whom you want to give it to. Third part is the beneficiary. Might be your son, might be your peon, anybody you want to give it to. But that has to be named in your will. You can't just write a will and just leave it at it. Now, what does this will apply to? It applies to assets owned as death, assets that are mine, assets that the person who is writing the will owns. He cannot say that, oh, Taj Mahal, I will bequeath it to somebody else. No, it is your asset that can be transferred. Does not restrict use or sale of assets during lifetime. This is something that you have to keep in mind, that just by making will, it is not that you cannot do anything with the property. Oh, I have made a will, I'll just keep it as it is. I cannot do anything with the property because it has to go to my son. No, or daughter, or grandchildren. What you can, today, as on death, the will is applicable only if the asset is in your name at the time of your death. And fifth element is, a will can be updated any number of times. Today, if I feel I want to give it to my father, I can give it to him. Tomorrow, if I want to give it to my uncle, I can give it to him. I want to set up a trust under my will to give all of my wealth to my mother, to my son, my daughter. I can do it today. But if 1 month later I feel, okay, I don't want to give it to that person, I can change it. Anytime. There is no hard and fast rule that the first document that I executed will apply. It always, the legal precedents say that the last will and testament, that is just the last document that I executed with respect to my estate, it would be the most valid document. That would be the will that would be taken recognition of. Next, please. Now, when I said it's the assets that is owned during my death, before my death, that is not the only asset I can bequeath. I can also bequeath an asset that I may receive after my death. So, one of the example is an estate, a flat which has gone to redevelopment. Today I don't have it, but at some point I may get it. When that comes, it may come in my name, but I'm no longer there. I can bequeath it under my will to somebody else. Second part is, second example I'm giving is with respect to another will. Suppose my sister or my brother has written something in my favor, but I have passed away. That estate, that part of the estate, that part of the property will go as per my wishes under my will. Though during the time of my bequest, that is when I wrote the will, that time I did not have that asset, but I can still say that whatever I'm going to receive at a later date of the time, that will go to this one person. Next, please. Thank you. Legal requisites of a valid will. Now, just by writing anything on a piece of paper, though courts have considered as a will, they don't protect the interest of your assets and the interest of your beneficiaries. So what is the nature of a valid will? Firstly, it's easy. It must be in writing by a major person that is above 18, because that is the legal contracting age in our country, by a person of sound mind. So if somebody is institutionalized or is in a rehab or something, they cannot give the will. Generally, when a young person writes a will, because of the probabilities, we do not attach a doctor's certificate certifying the soundness of his or her mind. But Suppose it is some person who's a senior citizen. We advise that you have to take a doctor's certificate that would certify that you are of a sound mind and able to execute this will medically. Next is signed and dated by the testator. It has to be signed and dated by testator. There have to be two witnesses witnessing the testator executing that. These witnesses will have to sign the document. They cannot just see it and not do anything. They have to sign the document with their details. Clearly state the intent to take effect after death. Now, if all of you know, this was in the media as well. There are two ways you can make a will. One is the will, that is the common will that that comes into effect after your death. There is one will that is called living will, for the ease of reference. And this will is when you are of a vegetated state and what do you want. Basically, when you're not able to take decisions for yourself, you're asking somebody else to take that for you. So, when we are talking about a valid will over here, I'm talking about the first kind, where it will come into effect after the death of the testator. Now, this is something that is very common, that the questions that I get is whether it needs to be registered, whether it needs to be stamped, does it need to be before a notary public? That is not the case. It need not be registered, it need not be stamped, it need not be before a notary for its validity. But what we do is when it is with respect to execution of an immovable property, when the bequest is with respect to your flat, your land, we generally advise that it should be registered, because firstly, when you're registering it, it is the registrar before whom you're registering who is an additional witness for your will. So that would hold good in court, because the court would be under presumption that when you go before a registrar, you're not under undue influence and nobody actually made you or forced you to sign this will. Next, please. Now, this is something that we always tell the clients: classify your assets, or you have to prepare for a courtroom drama. So if you don't classify your asset, what happens? Basically, by classification of asset, we put it under 3 different buckets. Now, those buckets we have shown you. One is lifetime interest, that is use of an asset during life and not ownership. Now, here I can give you an example of maybe a flat. If I want to bequeath it to my niece, but my mother is still there. I want my mother to be secured. So I will say that, okay, my mother will have life interest in the flat. Until she is alive, she will reside there. That comes under the first bucket. I'm not giving my mother the ownership. The flat does not belong to my mother. She has a limited right to reside there. Once my mother passes away, then it will go to my niece. That would be absolute full control and ownership. Then it is an absolute ownership. So from that bucket, it comes to this bucket. Then there is one general clause, which we call rest and residue. So what do I mean by rest and residue? In the earlier slide, I told you about this flat or this asset that comes to me after my death. I also did not know that I'm going to get that. So that will fall under this bucket. So in the rest and residue, anything I get, I can name an entirely different beneficiary. I can say that it goes to my nephew. So then my nephew will get all of the assets that I get after my death, or any or all of the asset that I did not know at the time of my death. Like Reliance split his shares, instead of 30, I got 60. So the remaining, even if 30 I have assigned under the second bucket and given it to my niece, the other 30 which I have not named under my will, that could go under rest and residue because it got split later. Next, please. Okay, so this is one of the cases that we generally inform people about. This case was very important for interpretation of will. Now, if you draft a very complicated will, firstly, don't do it yourself, give it to your lawyers, because half of the things will go in definition otherwise. If you're doing it yourself, the problem that happens is you may be having something in your mind. You have written something in the will, but your beneficiaries are interpreting it in a different manner altogether. So that is when people go to the court. Now, in this case, this is a Supreme Court case. This is the ratio cell which gave precedence of absolute bequest before temporary bequest. Now, both the things I will explain you in the next slide. Next, please. Okay. So, these are the facts of the case. The property originally belonged to one Srimati Kala, who bequeathed it to two of her daughters. In the beginning of the will, that was the first clause that, okay, I'm bequeathing it to two of my daughters, absolutely. Now then she says a lot of many things, yada yada, and after that, she adds a clause that after the daughter's demise, the remaining property should go to their female children. The will wasn't properly drafted. The will actually said that, okay, I give it to my two daughters, and then, so the will language was that, okay, and then, if my daughters die, I give it to my grandchildren. Now, when the daughters died, no clue. It's not that she said that, okay, my daughters die, if my daughter dies before I die, then it will go to her children. No, that is not what she said. In the will, she said, if my daughters die, it goes to the children. Now, it went to court for interpretation. The grandchildren, firstly, there was another portion where, the sons claimed a separate will. That is generally the case. Everybody claims that there is another will. But that got struck down because the will that was made in 1976, that was considered as the last will and testament because of its validity. Then, here the court held that once, it doesn't matter what she has written. Generally, court says that what the testator has written has to be given precedence. But here the court said no, doesn't matter what she's written. It is the interpretation. Under the interpretation, the court said that the first clause says that I give it to the two of my daughters absolutely. When they say that it is absolute, there is no scope of life interest. So it did not fall, if you remember the three buckets earlier, it did not fall under the first bucket. It fell under the second bucket. Second bucket was absolute right. And once the will contemplates absolute rights, then no matter what she writes later, it cannot change into life interest. It cannot fall under the first because you have a proper right later. So this has set a precedent, and this also helps us lawyers to keep on telling the clients that please don't do it yourself. Please give it to us. Because absolute rights once granted cannot be undone. Clarity in drafting a will is very essential. Next, please. Okay, now we'll come to a very complicated part. That is, what happens if I don't have a will? Okay? What happens to my estate? Now, you don't have to worry entirely. It's not a cause of worry because there is an act called Hindu Succession Act that helps our self-transmission of our asset. But what is the scenario under that? And what do you have to wait under what you want? So, Hindu Succession Act it will come under. Next slide, please. So here you said we have put it under two heads, that is male intestate and female intestate. So male intestate, obviously, sorry boys, but male intestate is very complicated for us also to generally to do it. So first distribution, so there is class 1 heir and class 2 heir. First, it always goes to class 1 heirs once you pass on. So class 1 would be mother, son, daughter, widow, son or daughter of the predeceased son. So your grandchildren, but only if your children have passed away. So that is the first bucket. So it will always automatically go in equal proportion to all of these people. Second bucket will be class 2 heirs. Class 2 heirs would be father. Now these class 2 heirs, if you see, there are 9 categories. All these 9 categories are one after the other. So if category, for example, if category 1 heir is present, then it will go only to category 1, not to all of the categories. So it is exclusive to categories. So if there is a father surviving category 1, it will go to him, or 2 sons, daughters, son, so great grandchild. So this is all great grandchildren, or brother or sister. Category 3, daughter, son, son. So they have given precedence. It obviously, unlike our matrilineal society, it is based on patriarchy. So first it will go to son, son. Then it will go to daughter, son, daughters, daughters. Then category would be brother's son, brother's daughter, sister's son, sister's daughter. 5, father's father, that is your grandfather, father's mother, your grandmother. 6th would be father's widow, which is not your mother, stepmother. Brother's widow. Category 7 is father's brother, father's sister. Category 8 is mother's father, mother's mother. And category 9 is mother's brother, mother's sister. Now with females, contrary to popular belief, it is less complicated. So it will first, this is all a exclusive category, like I mentioned in the first slide. So first it would go to sons and daughters and the husband. That is 1 share each. Or predeceased son or predeceased, or the children of any predeceased son or daughter, that is grandchildren. Heirs of the husband. 3rd category would be mother and father. 4th category would be heirs of the father. And 5th category is heirs of the mother. Now there are 2 other things which is not on the slide here. What happens to properties that she gets, that is any female gets from husband or from her father. So if there is no one out of these categories, then the property that she gets from her husband will go to the heirs of the husband, and the property that she gets from the father, her father, will go to her father's heirs. So maybe brothers and all of that, but whoever is not present over there. Now what is the problem in this? All of you will think that, okay, anyways it will go to my family only, know where it is going. But the problem will be, it will be divided as per personal laws, not your wishes. If I have probably 3 sons, 3 daughters, if I don't want to give it to everybody, I cannot do that, because under Hindu succession laws, it will go to equally to everybody. If I have a favorite, which all parents deny they have, but I know everyone has, so I will give it to my favorite child under a will, not under the act. So will is important. Next, please. Now, this is, like I think Ranjit said, this is the most complicated slide that is the complicated scenario that we meet every day, is the apprehension of each person that today if I make a will or a trust or anything, how complex will it make my family today, my family equation? That is, will there be drama today? Why should I face the drama today? I'll just die and maybe they'll have their own drama later. I will not waste my time or feel bad about it. But what we have said is that, look, eventually, I know all of us are angry with our families sometimes, but we all deeply love them. We all want them to have something of ours. So what we say is that why don't you make their life also less complicated? Don't make a Game of Thrones inheritance edition. Protect your minor children. You can't just, if suppose you have a minor child today, who will be the guardian of the child? How will your asset today pass on to your child? So that is something that you'll have to ensure under your will or estate planning. Prevents that one cousin from moving into your house whom you don't really like. So avoids any dispute later tomorrow between your people that, oh, my mother always meant to give it to me, oh, in the will she must not have given, but she always told me that she gives it to me. No, that won't be valid in court. Whatever is in writing will be valid in court. And all of our, like my nephews and nieces want to blow it in crypto. That will not happen. You will be ensuring that it goes towards their education. It goes to something that is productive that you wanted them to have. So you can ensure that under this. And obviously, you'll name the people who will get your asset. Next, please. Now, next part of this is gifting. So the first part that we spoke about, very morbid, it is about earlier, after death and such. Now it is gifting. Gifting is something we do every day. Gifting is something that we do during our lifetimes. Generally, when it has to be a smooth transition, we advise people that why don't you do a conditional gift, or why don't you just gift property today so that you ensure that everything finishes off today. Also, if you like drama in your family and want to interfere. Next slide, please. So what are the conditions of a valid gift? Valid gift must be voluntary and out of love and affection. No money or exchange has to be involved. Property must be accepted during donor's lifetime. So gift cannot be done after death. It has to be during the lifetime of the donor as well as the donee. So the donor has to give the gift and the donee has to receive the gift. Both the things have to happen in the lifetime of these two parties. Immovable property, if it is a gift with respect to immovable property, that gift will have to be registered. You can't just do it orally. Unless you are a Muslim, you can do orally then. Movable. If there is a movable asset, you don't have to do it. You don't have to register it. Registration is not compulsory. But imagine you have a lot of jewelry, which I know a lot of people here have. Then it's better we say that you register it. Disclosed, huh? Undisclosed, please don't. Then, next slide, please. Gifts of immovable property by senior citizen. Now, this is a topic that is a very sensitive topic. What happens if today I am maybe 80 years old? I have nothing else to support me other than my estate, my bank accounts, my FDs, my shares, my liquidity. Why should I gift it today? My house. House is the most important thing, because where will I reside if the house is not there? So that we advise in such circumstances that you can do a conditional gift. Conditional gift means I have life interest today in the property, but tomorrow you will have it once I die. Gift deed is registered today. The gift creates a vestation of rights of the donee, that is whom you are gifting it to, but that would be subsequent to your death. So you are secured in your lifetime. But what happens if you want to gift it today itself and you are a senior citizen? Now, India being a socialist, partly pseudo-socialist country, we have a Senior Citizens Welfare Act. Next slide, please. So now, under the Senior Citizen Welfare Act, there is a section 23. Under section 23, it states that the act says that if there is anybody, any senior citizen who has transferred the property with an exclusive condition that, okay, I'm gifting the property today, but provided that my son, my daughter, my brother, my sister takes care of me during my lifetime, then that gift tomorrow, if in any circumstances, the donee, that is my son, daughter, anybody whom I have donated it to, does not take care of me or does not maintain me during my lifetime, then that gift can be cancelled. Or it will be deemed to be cancelled. They cannot contest that, oh, this gift is already given to me. So there is this judgment, which is the famous Urmila Dikshit judgment, under which parties involved was mother. Mother had gifted the property to the son, saying that the son will take care of me during my lifetime, but today I'm gifting this flat to him, subject to him taking care of me during my lifetime. She invoked the law of Section 33, Maintenance and Welfare of Parents and Senior Citizens. Next slide, please. Now, this is the detail of the case. The mother purchased the property in 1969, gifted the property to her son in 2019, conditional on maintenance. She had said that it has to be I have to be maintained, only then you can have this. But I'm gifting it to you. This is yours today. She took a promissory, now she was a smart lady, okay? She took a promissory note that is called Vachan Patra, and it was executed. Generally what happens is when you're gifting, nobody states that, okay, you maintain me. It's always a verbal understanding. But Urmila here actually took a promissory note from her son, saying that, please maintain me during my lifetime, you can have this flat, good luck. Son obviously does not. Then, I am not saying that sons don't generally, okay? They do, but in this case, he did not. Relationship deteriorated between the mother and son. Allegations of harassment and neglect followed. She went to court, saying that now I want my flat back. I don't want it. I want him to have it. Now the tribunal and the collector said gift deed is null and void under Section 23. MP High Court affirmed tribunal's decision. Division bench of MP High Court overturned it, saying that, oh, tribunal couldn't have set it aside. That is the tribunal which is set up for welfare of senior citizens. Tribunal couldn't have set aside a property which has been registered very validly with the sub-registrar. Then they went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court restored the nullification, saying that the promissory note that was taken by Urmila was very explicit. This gift was conditional on that. Tribunal has a power under Section 23 to revert the transfer, so that has happened. So there was happy ending, she gets her property back. But I should also tell you that there is another case. Next slide, please. So this is what I just said. This is with respect to Urmila's case only. Key 23 is not standalone, must be read with the Act's objectives, that is to protect senior citizen. Senior Citizen Act is a welfare legislation, must be interpreted liberally, though it does not specifically give the tribunal a right to reverse a transaction. Transferee failed to provide maintenance, which was under the promissory note. Tribunal has authority to order eviction if need be to protect the senior citizen. So generally lawyers know this, normal people don't. Kicking somebody out of your own house is also a very difficult task. You can't just tell people, go to the police and say that, oh, pull him or her out of my house. You can't. So then you have to file a civil suit. Even if your gift deed or anything is set aside, you will have to file a civil suit to evict. In this case, Supreme Court observed that you don't have to do anything else. Just the tribunal can do it directly. Tribunal can send people to the house and throw the son out. So that is why this judgment is very relevant. It is a 2025 judgment, so it is very recent. Now, before this judgment happened, there is another case. Next slide, please. This I just said, this is the earlier judgment only. Can you please do the next slide? So this is the case of Sudesh, Chikara, Ramti Devi and others. Next please. In this case, next slide please. Okay, so the case Ramti Devi under a release deed, it wasn't a gift, under a release deed she transferred property to her daughters. Now her daughters were useless. They did not maintain the mother. Petition was filed by Ramti Devi for cancellation of the release deed. Not a gift but release deed. What is a release deed? Release deed is where you are releasing all of your rights in a property. This happens when you are not the only holder of that property. There is somebody else. In this case, the two daughters were also part owners of the property because the property belonged to the father. And it never got transferred to the beneficiaries. So what she did was, she just released her share saying that, okay, they'll maintain. But here the maintenance bit was verbal. There was no written document. So then, lower court voided the transfer. It goes to Supreme Court. Next slide, please. Supreme Court analyzes conditions under 23(1). Like I said earlier, not all transfers can be reversed. Just by the senior citizen saying that, oh, I transferred this or I released my rights only only under the condition that they will maintain me. No, it has to be in writing. So that is what they have said. Transfer must explicitly state that the transferee's obligation is to provide basic amenities. Transferee must fail to fulfill this condition. You also have to prove that the daughters did not take care. So she had to prove that here, which she was unable to do. So the court here had passed a judgment saying that there was no condition of maintenance in this deed, so the transfer is valid. So 23 section cannot be invoked in this case. Next slide, please. So this is the same judgment. Why this judgment is significant and why we are quoting this again and again is, you can't just assume that the court will believe you when you say that my children were supposed to maintain me. No. The children have to specifically undertake that they will maintain you. Then only this section can be invoked. So transfers cannot be invalidated solely for lack of maintenance without explicit terms. Procedural rigor tribunals must first verify statutory condition before cancelling the transfer. And senior citizens' maintenance claim must align with express terms. So, not a happy ending in this matter. Next slide, please. Now we'll just move on to the next topic, which is a very hot topic now, is what is nomination and what is nomination versus inheritance with respect to cooperative housing societies. Now, in Bombay, this is very relevant in Bombay because there is a major regulation with respect to Cooperative Societies Act in Bombay, in whole of Maharashtra, but mostly Bombay. All of our flats are generally managed by cooperative housing societies. So what is the process in that? Next slide, please. So there are two parts. One is when you are a member of a society and they ask you to fill in a nomination. It is not time pass that they are asking you. They are telling you to authorize somebody to represent you or your family when you pass away. So a nominee application form, which most of us do not execute, is a very important thing to execute when you purchase a flat or become a member of a society. Now, what is a nominee? Now, just because you are the nominee doesn't mean you are the king of the world. You are the courier, not the customer. You are only a parcel holder. So, what is a nominee? A nominee is a person designated by a flat owner to act on their death, act on their behalf after death, specifically with respect to shares and the transaction with respect to your rights in the society. Legal position is that the role of the nominee is fiduciary in nature. Now, what do we mean by fiduciary? They do not get an actual right in the property. They just are there to represent the flat owner, the deceased flat owner, and his rights with respect to the said flat. Like voting in the meeting, holding the property, maintenance of the property, that will be done by nominee. The society knows whom to catch hold of if the ceiling is leaking. That is a nominee. Until the heirs are actually established, the nominee holds the property in trust for the rightful legal heirs. The nominee is not the legal owner of the property. They are a custodian only. They do not own the property just because they are named in the nominee form. Next, please. Now, nomination, just because you have a nomination doesn't mean that you're precluded from making a will. A will is of a different nature. A nomination is only where you're telling this person to manage the property in the event of your death. A will governs the actual inheritance. Now, for example, today, I have owned a flat, I have purchased a flat. I am naming my nephew as a nominee for that flat. My nephew will not be the legal heir upon my demise. My parents will be the legal heir upon my demise. So until my parents' right in the property is established by a legal document, which would be a probate of the will, it could be an heirship certificate, it could be a family arrangement agreed between all of the parties. Until they are established as the legal heirs of my flat, my nephew will take care of the flat. The society will catch hold of my nephew if there is a leakage in the ceiling. So, nomination is merely an administrative mechanism to simplify dealings with the society after a member's death. Nominees cannot sell or transfer the flat unless they are also legal heirs under the will or succession laws. So they have absolutely no right with respect to the property. There is another question, then what are the rights with respect to the nominee? Will the nominee become a member of the society? Nominee will become a member of the society, but only provisional member. They cannot take decisions with respect to the flat other than the general upkeep of the flat. If there is any voting that is required to be made, all of that voting that the nominee has done would be subject to the legal heir's consent. Tomorrow, if the legal heir does not ratify that, then that decision, that vote will not be held valid. So provisional member will have only restricted right, not an absolute right in the property. Next, please. Okay, what happens when a member dies? Procedure. If nomination exists, society transfers the share. Society is not going to hold on to the share until a legal heir is established. The transfer will immediately happen. The nominee will become a provisional member of the flat. This is very recent. Earlier, a nominee used to become a proper member of the flat, but now it is a member of the society, but now it is changed with respect to that. But nominee has to write and hold the flat in trust, that we already discussed. If no nomination, then what happens? Then, committee decides on rightful heir and asks for succession certificate if there is a dispute. Now, that is not just in cases of dispute. Under the new regulations, the society can ask for either of three documents. One, if there is a will, then probate of the will. If there is no will, then either succession certificate or letters of administration. And if there is none of the two documents, a family arrangement where all heirs together agree that this flat will go to this person, this family member. So with either, these are not and documents. All 3 documents are not necessary. Only one of these documents. So only either document. Next, please. Okay. So I'm just summarizing what happens in the cases of nominees. A nominee is a temporary custodian, not an inheritor. Only legal heirs determined by will or succession law will have ownership right and membership rights. Nomination eases society level formalities but never substitutes a will. Recent laws and court rulings reinforce the need of clear, proactive succession planning. You need to have a will or an arrangement which passes on your membership. Only a nomination will not work. Next, please. There's another point that I would like to add is that generally people, common man, thinks that I'm the nominee, I will become a member of the property, then who cares? It's okay, it was my father's only. No, I think you should care because as a provisional member, you do not have absolute right in the property. Tomorrow you will not be able to mortgage the property. You won't be able to sell the property. Only thing that you can do is sit and enjoy the property, which leads to you being unable to monetize an asset which is of very high value, at least in a city like Mumbai. So just to sum it up, estate planning is not one size fits all. All of you will have to understand what your assets are and how you want to have it transition. Please do not go to Google and download a format of a will and then edit it. It is not going to help you. Think about your family dynamics, assets and goals. If you want your children or your grandchildren to do something or if you want to allocate certain funds for their welfare, then the right way is for you to name it under the will. Avoid future conflicts by acting today. So, like I said, life is unpredictable. Today is the day, or yesterday was the day that you should have made your will. So, you need to act as present as today. And always consult professionals. Now, since it's a legal seminar, there are a lot of lawyers and chartered accountants over here, so you can consult anybody. But please do not do your own surgery. That is not advisable. Please take professional assistance with your estate planning. I think that is the last slide. Next please. Done, no? Huh. Thank you so much for a patient hearing. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I hope you guys understood it. If there is any questions, you can please ask. I don't know if you have. Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. You said about assets. What about liabilities?
Liabilities you can't. Liabilities you can't assign under your will, but you can. I mean, there's no restriction. You can tell your son will pay your loan. No problem. Anything else?
Yeah. Somebody's over here.
Madam, whether the equity shares in a company, here, madam, here, whether the equity shares in a company can be gifted conditionally?
Equity shares in the company, it will depend on which company. Is it private limited?
It's a private limited company.
Private limited company, conditional gift will not be permissible. In a listed company, you can always assign a lien on that. So, for example, if your shares are in demat, now I think private limited is also dematted. So what you can do is, you can gift it to your son, daughter, anybody, but you can mark a lien for yourself on it. They won't be able to dispose it without your lien being lifted. which can lift upon your...
The lien will be marked by whom?
Lien will be yours. Lien can be marked by you.
Acha, in the demat account?
Yes, in the demat account.
Now
Not just demat account, on shares as well.
Sir,
particular shares.
Madam, the shares when we give as a gift, it is to be transferred by the company as
Yes,
per the law.
but it will be transferred with a lien.
Do the company recognize it, that
Sorry?
lien? Such
Sorry.
lien can be recognized by the company because
Yes. It's dematted, right? Only if it is dematted. You can't do it without a demat.
no, it is a dematted.
Yeah.
In
Because
case-
that is compulsory now. You have to demat it.
Yeah, one more.
Yeah. Hot exam. That's nice.
If an unmarried property owner nominates his brother and he demised, and after that the brother continued to hold the flats, and even he also dies and he nominates the children, how is it the case? Whether
They
the
are
property
still-
gets transferred because they don't have any other legal heirs, but still they are with the original provisional members only.
Yes.
Then how the property gets transferred now?
Property will get transferred by them going to the court. They are Hindus, no? If they are Hindus, then they'll have to go to court and ask for letters of administration, saying that there is no class 1 heir with respect to the first owner or the second owner. They are the only heirs and they will have to take a certificate with respect to that. The court will do that and give a succession certificate. On the basis of that, the society will make them a proper member. Thank you. Thank you so much.
1 minute.
Thank you,
Hello, hello.
Srini.
Few more questions. I think where there is a will, there are relatives.
Very good. We have started late, therefore.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
It is about immovable property
Sorry?
in the will. Immovable property
Yeah.
in the will.
Yeah.
How it is to be registered after?
No, if there is, see, you don't need to register it. Immovable property also, if you give under the will, you don't need to register it. It will still be a valid will. We only advise that you register it because tomorrow you have the registrar as your witness. Nobody will claim that it is an
I am asking about the beneficiary,
Yeah.
the bequests. After the death, the will is to be executed with the beneficiaries there. So how he is going to go to the registrar or sub-registrar?
No, no. Will
Or
can
to
be.
done on his name.
So the will, I'll tell you, there are, this is a bit, give me a minute. There are two things here. There are presidency towns like Bombay, Madras, Calcutta. In Bombay, Madras, Calcutta, you will have to go to the High Court or the District Court to get a probate of your will. Only then it can be executed in the name of the beneficiaries. If it is not in these presidency areas, then generally registrars or sub-registrars are designated authorities to certify this transfer of immovable property under the will.
And any registration fees is to be given?
Yes, at the applicable rate. In Bombay, it is 30,000 cap.
Okay.
Yeah, but it is generally less than that.
Okay.
1 second.
Madam, in the joint names of the flat, the nomination can be given individually or jointly it can be happened?
No, nomination will, in the joint names, there will always be one dominant member with respect to the flat. So there is a dominant member who is the actual member of the society, and there is an associate member. Associate member anyways procures title only once the dominant member is not present. So the nomination will always have two names on it under separate heading. One is the primary member, his nominee, the associate member, their nominee.
No, husband and wife, they are owning a flat.
Yeah.
And they have to give the nomination individually or the joint
It will
nomination?
be one form.
One
One
form.
nomination form, and under that two names will have to be specified. It won't be two separate forms.
Whether the nominee is eligible to get the bank loan?
Bank loan? No, no.
Please. Thank you, Srini.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
One
We
last-
are grateful. No, we are
one
running late. You take the number and take an appointment
give
in
you
our
my
office.
card.
We'll circulate the number, please, because we are running late already.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll give my card, friends. and
Madam,
family.
see, you said the effect of a will after the death.
Sorry?
Effect of a will after the death of a person.
Right.
That is one. Number two, the provision for the payment to the executor, whether it is necessary.
Provision, no, it depends. Executor as an executor named under your will, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So generally the rule is, even if you don't mention executor's payment, there are two ways to do it. Executor can do it for free if he is a family member or not. If they are asking for payment after the death, then the court will take it out of the estate of the deceased. Sorry?
Sir, we are already behind the
Yeah.
schedule. Please bear with us.
Manjunath
She will answer all the queries. There is no difficulty at all. But today we don't want to disturb the audience. We are already behind the schedule. I am sorry
But
to say.
also Srini is going to be around, so you can always catch her over dinner and ask her these questions.
Thank you, Srini, for
Thank you so much,
taking us
Srini.
into
Thanks a
the relevant points of will, gift deed, nomination, and transfer of flats. Now the general public, one second. Please come. Srini, here, please. It's a small token of respect for parting your knowledge to the public. The audience must have noted how the provisions of law, she has taken into all the relevant provisions of law, and along with that you must have understood how difficulty the advocacy is. Therefore they are charging so much, I think, because it is very complicated acts, provisions of law, interpretation, all those things. Maybe you may not get all those points right now from the speakers and slides into the law. Then they will, if you go with the particular case, they will definitely guide you in a proper or other way. Now we will proceed further, because I am sorry, because there are so many other aspects also we have. Due to some technical, I don't want to repeat, technical difficulties, we are already behind the schedule. So we don't want to disturb the people who have come here with the eagerness to see the seminar and panel discussion. Now we will proceed further. Thanks, Srini. Now the time for panel discussion on matrimonial disputes. Unfortunately, the burning issue today with our renowned advocates Manjunath Hegde, Disha Shetty, through moderator Vikrant Shetty. Our Secretary Ranjit will tell us about advocates Manjunath and Disha shortly. Their introduction, please, Ranjit.
Mike Padan tayar ulleru Manjunath. So Manjunath Hegde's profile, he comes from a traditional Bunt family with a great value system. Dynamic person, I must say, who believes that being youthful is a state of mind. And I've met him in the last few months, and I think he truly believes that. A creative thinker that can see things in a way he strategizes. Believes in the potential of every human being. Qualifications are not very important, but he's also a doctorate in past life regression from California Institute of Hypnosis. Now this is something that we need to discuss over a drink. His work experience has been various international advertising agencies as a strategic planner, headed various posts from vice president to national director, strategic planning to chief operating officer, and his rich experience in advertising for more than 27 years. He was a co-founder of India's first brand consultant firm called Chlorophyll. Was respected for his rich knowledge of human behavior and Indian culture, and helped strategize many brands with his gifted knowledge. Work experience, currently a practicing lawyer in the High Court of Bombay, handling mostly criminal and marital cases. He was responsible for getting justice for a woman in a live-in relationship for the first time. Of course, he's married and he's got 2 kids, and his lovely wife, Lata, is also here. Disha, hi. So Disha has been practicing in litigation for the past 8 years. Her efforts are particularly focused on marital disputes faced by both genders of the society. She believes in fighting against injustice, and her practice is based on deep commitment to legal ethics and integrity. Thank you both for being here. The person who's moderating the panel is Vikrant Shetty. Vikrant is the youngest partner of Dhruv Liladhar and Company, a solicitor firm having presence since more than 67 years. Kavita, you can, clap, no problem. After graduating from Government Law College and interning with Justice Katawala of Bombay High Court, he became a professor of the Government Law College for 3 years, while also practicing and handling maritime disputes. He also handles property-related litigation. He specializes in arbitration, commercial litigation, has advised and represented clients in various properties, infrastructure and shipping sectors. Very few people do maritime law, shipping law, and Vikrant is one of them. Very well versed in the entire trial process. He's represented clients before the Bombay High Court, City Civil, Consumer Forum, NCLT. His hobbies, he loves to travel, which is very evident from his Instagram post. Claims to be a foodie, which is not very evident looking at him. Of course, he's into pickleball, and recently he's got himself a computer for gaming. So, congratulations everyone. Welcome everyone.
Thank you, Ranjit. Manjunath, Disha and Vikrant, stage is yours. Now enlighten the public with your expertise. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming here on a Saturday night to listen to a legal discussion. When we were discussing what topics we should keep for today's seminar, I think this was one topic which we all unanimously agreed was a very important topic, because the number of divorce cases are just increasing, unfortunately, in India. And I don't know if it's the case with all lawyers, but I get invited to a wedding maybe once or twice in a month. But हफ्ते में एक divorce case तो आ ही जाता है. So I don't take up divorce.
Very true.
I don't take up divorce cases. So I have to pass it on to the experts, who are Disha and Manjunath sir. And thank you so much, both of you, for taking out the time to come here today and to share your expertise with us. Before we get into the legal discussion, I just want to ask both of you, what is your opinion, because you deal with these cases day in and day out. Why do you think this increase in divorce cases is happening in India? What is the cause behind it?
I think one of the first reason is that the synchronicity of a marriage is gone. You know, it's today, it's just like one partnership deal. You know, ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಏನಡ ಪೂಜಿ ಬೇತೆ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ you know, like times have changed in those aspects. ಎಂಕುಲ್ ಕಿಂಜೊಪ್ಪನಾಗ ಎಂಗಳ ಒಂಜೆ ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇತ್ತು ಲೈಫ್ ಬಾಯ್, you know, I ಲೈಫ್ಗೆ ಅವೇ ಬಾಯ್ ಇತ್ತು ನಾವು ಆನಾಗ. So now your brands, you know, every shower of yours is a different, you know, brand. So that's how even marriage is being treated nowadays. So one is the most important thing is the sanctity. The second, in fact, it's very sad that yan inimota family court to yel court undu. So there are 7 courts. Yan inimota potinai prati court to yan potina onji setranagalna case unde undo. So it's very sad to see Shetties, you know, washing their dirty linen in public. And I think that is also because there's lack of adjustments between, you know, the couples. What do you think?
Yeah, I believe that also, like Manjunath sir is very correct in what he has said. But the stigma around divorce in the last few years has changed a lot. People do believe that now there is a chance where it's not going to be looked down upon. And if you're in a bad situation, you can end your suffering and get out of it. But also we need to, I believe as our community is so deep-rooted, we believe we must ensure that we have tried all other avenues before we go towards ending the relationship, is what I think we should emphasize on today. And that is what we are going to try and see if there's what way we can help our community to not go through the route, and even if we have to, it has to be in a more respectable manner.
Yeah, I would also like to add a few things over here. One is, you know, in the year 1992, there was a study by IIM students. It's a book called Crossroads of Culture, where they had actually said that why India will go through a major divorce, you know, in the future. And one of the main reasons, which is very interesting, is that in every household, there is a controller and a nurturer. And generally, the man was the controller and the mother was the nurturer. Controller pannaga means not just, you know, strict father, but if the child came home and said, ki mummy engel picnic porandu, mom will say, ठीक है, सर पापा बारट पापा डा केन लवनद. Then if that is going to get lost in that book they had predicted, that's when divorces will happen. So, you know, in Shetty's Dumbu, in the hotel, ಪಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಾಗ ಬಂದಾಗ ಗಂಟೆ ಪತ್ತೊಂಜಿ ಪದರಾಡಪ್ಪನ ಅದಾಗ ಓಲ್ ಅಪ್ಪೆಡ ಲಡ ಅಲ್ಪರೆ ಟೈಮೇ ಉಂಡು there was no time to fight also. But father was the boss of the house. Okay, he respected the wife, he respected the children, everyone for whatever their individuality was. But unfortunately, as the power struggle started, there are more and more divorces that are happening.
I think today when some married couples are going to go home, they're going to have a debate whether who's the controller and who's.
But I think we've reached that age where, balance is key. Because we have fathers who are over-involved in children's life as well. And we have wives who are going out and working as well as providing. So that they need to hit that right balance is what we need to adapt towards to have a better understanding between the partners. That's where the key is.
And what are the main grounds or the most common grounds you see for a divorce? Because I was watching a video on Instagram of one court proceeding, and the husband had filed for divorce because the wife had a cat, and at night when he used to sleep, that cat used to come and attack him, and the wife was not willing to give up the cat. She said, "I'll give up my husband, but I will not give up my cat." And they put a photo of that cat in the divorce petition, and that husband's lawyer is showing, "Dekho, this is the culprit." And the judge is also interested. "Are you billi wala case hai kya? Dikhao, file dikhao." So this is of course one of the more weirder and rare ones, but there are of course much more serious and much more common grounds. So which are the grounds that you come across?
See, prior to actually saying anything, I want to state that Disha and I both are coming with the same viewpoint that we are not here to promote divorce. We are, like how she said earlier, this is a platform where there are marriages taking place. Okay, so we are not here to promote divorce. But what the reasons for divorce, therefore don't go back home and again discuss, is that a reason for me to divorce? Okay, the most common reasons is cruelty. Okay, cruelty is the most common thing, and cruelty can be in any form. It could be financial cruelty, emotional cruelty, physical cruelty. So all these are grounds for most common grounds for divorce, and it's so sad that sometimes there is no cruelty, but they will still make up a case for cruelty. So cruelty is one. The second is that, infidelity, in case if you're having an extramarital relationship, so that is another cause of divorce. So, don't let it out at home. If you have a spouse and a spice, then make sure the spice doesn't enter the house. Otherwise, that's how the lawyers will really earn. And then desertion. If he leaves her, that's another ground for divorce. These are the three most common grounds for divorce. Then there are 7, kind of grounds for divorce. But out of these are the 3 most common causes. And if there is no cause, like how I said, the lawyer will still say, no, undu bareka. So they make that as a ground.
So we sometimes come up with the grounds even when they don't exist.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Yeah, the
Cat one would be a cruelty one,
Yeah.
Correct. But are the grounds the same for men and women, or do women have more grounds for a divorce, or do men have more grounds for a divorce?
Yeah, unfortunately, women have more grounds for divorce. Okay.
Can you just give some examples, some illustrations?
So one is if the husband has been arrested on a very serious crime like rape, bestiality, or murder. So that is one of the grounds. The other one is extramarital affair. So these are the 2 major grounds. There are another, long list of that. For example, maintenance is not paid after the restitution of conjugal rights. So they're all very technical, but these are the 2 most common.
So most of the grounds are very common. These are the additional ones which are there exclusively for women, which sir has already elaborated. Otherwise, cruelty, desertion is common to both the parties.
And is there a time limit? Let's say like this cat incident, it scratches you today. Do I have to file for cruelty if I want to file for divorce? Can I do it? Do I have to do it in 1 month, 3 years, 10 years? Or how much time do I have? What is the time limit?
So as India also is very cultural, it believes that marriage should be given sufficient time before you take the decision to end it. So the requirement to file a petition before the family court, you need to at least wait for a period of 1 year. Unless there are these extreme circumstances that you can show to the court that, this has happened and I cannot live in these circumstances anymore, I cannot make any attempt. And if the court believes you, the court will grant you. Otherwise, the basic minimum requirement is 1 year at least.
So is Is it 1 year also when both the parties want a divorce, when both husband and wife, both of them want it? Is it that 1 year that time also?
Yes.
Okay. And even when it's contested, it is also 1 year?
Yes, yes. Minimum 1 year. There is no limit. I've got 3 or 4 cases of couples who are above 75 who are going for divorce. And out of which one was a Shetty and one is an Anchan.
So it's not just a problem for the younger generation. It's not a problem only for the younger generation.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's, I think just a mindset that's happening.
Yeah.
Though in this particular case, both the couples were like really so nasty. They were fighting it out in court. This particular couple I was talking to you about, the man was 86 and the woman was 78. You know, in fact, the judge, Justice Oka, actually folded his hands and said, please go home and, spend the rest of your lives saying bhajan. Okay? But both of them were yelling and arguing in court, and, it's like there's a Tuludonji Gatyandu, Tettupotina Taraiga Kuridina Kumda Sirdan. It was exactly like that. Both the couples were equally bad. You couldn't know, you couldn't say which one is bad. But I am doing that. Yeah. So let me repeat that. Tettupotina Taraiga Kuridina Kumda Sirdan. So both were equally bad. Same ittaragulu alekol bari onte year correct ittaro bari vanga judge papa ennandi sotu bodu baka are vande ningru illa bole vanadanja.
And these kind of cases, how long do they go on for? How long do these cases stretch? Because we all know how the legal system is, cases take years. Is it the same for divorce also? How much time does it take?
When it comes to mutual consent, it's maximum 6 months. Though now there is a Supreme Court judgment which says that you can waive off that waiting period, so you can probably get it within a month. But otherwise, if it is not mutual consent, then your waiting period, then the waiting period coming up. But if it's not for a mutual consent, then a lawyer na joke na fees ire kattondu. It can go on. I had a case in 2012 which got sorted out in 2021.
And what is the expenses one looks at in a divorce petition? Like what can the costing go up to?
I'll tell you, it's more expensive than marriage.
I think that's the best takeaway.
South Indian wedding, you need to take a note of this. If it's a South expensive than a South Indian.
I think that's the best takeaway for today.
Yeah.
That's the biggest reason to not divorce.
Oh yeah.
It costs you much more heavily than a marriage. And we all know how much a marriage costs.
True.
But also if it's a mutual, it's a much easy, quick process. So that's also, again, a better way to approach it if you have to. That's advisable.
And since we are on the costing aspect, apart when somebody files for divorce against their spouse, what all can they ask for? Like, because we hear of things of people asking for a huge amount in something called maintenance or something else. So what all can somebody ask for? What is the maximum liability that somebody is looking at?
So there is alimony, obviously, which I'm sure everyone must be knowing of and every man fears of.
Still, if you can explain the concept of alimony.
So alimony is something that you can claim. There is no bifurcation that you need. It's a security that you can take for yourself as a wife for being in a marriage for several years. Obviously, for the past few years, this concept and the ideology of this has also changed in the courts. Courts la believe man perite times change and if the wife is working, then maybe that should be considered, factored in while you're deciding the quantum. The second would be maintenance. That is, you can take as a monthly money which you need for your sustenance while the court proceedings are pending. Alimony would be like a one-time final amount which you can seek from the court. The other issues would be custody and access. Also, there is property, which I think Manjunath sir can elaborate on. Custody and access is basically the final decision with respect to who stays with the kid after the divorce. And access is how does the other non-custodial parent get to meet the kid and how do you share the vacation, the timings, etc. So these are the four main aspects which you can approach the courts for when you go for a contested divorce.
Yeah, you can also ask for legal expenses. You get that. Accommodation, you get the same accommodation that you were or what they call as a lifestyle that you enjoyed during your marriage period. So if you have married a girl and you're living in Bandra, then you can't buy her a flat in, Palghar. You have to buy her a flat in Bandra. And custody, generally custody as a rule, thumb rule for minor children is given to children, to the wife. And like how she said, access to the father. But in circumstances where, you have a good lawyer and he proves that she's not good enough mother and he's a better father, then it goes to the thing. And unfortunately, like whatever Srini said before, you can't will a child. So that the court will decide on that. You can't ask for liabilities. I'm answering somebody's question first. So you can't say that my liability will be shared. So everything that is there in your assets can be equally shared with the wife.
There's one more thing that I hear of, Stridan, there's a concept. Can you explain that? There is something in a divorce petition, somebody asked for a Stridan.
Yeah. See, Stridan is actually any gift that the bride gets. And there's a Delhi High Court judgment which has classified Stridan into 3 types. One which the wife can use for her personal. That will be given to the wife back. The second is what husband and wife both can use. That also will be given to the wife. And the third is what the wife and the whole family can use. That will go to the family. So this includes everything. I have a case of a Shetty case where, the girl was from not a well-to-do family, and the boy's mother, Mami, she said, ki namajati dalonte like to jodo and all that. So she put her jewelry, her daughter's jewelry on the bride for the wedding. And then when they went into a fight, she filed a police case and showed her wedding photographs and said, this is my Stridan bol. I got her out, I got the family out of it, but the point is this, that everything that is given to her, is considered as Stridan. So that's why I'm saying it's better to stay married than being divorced.
I think Manjunath sir will emphasize that after every discussion.
After everything that at the end.
That's why I'm still married. At the bottom. That's why I'm still married for 38 years now.
Happily so.
Yeah, happily married. That's I'm saying that because my wife is sitting over here.
Can somebody also claim the wedding expenses? Because sometimes what happens when the marriage is happening, both families share equally. Sometimes maybe the entire wedding expense is borne by only the girl side. So if something like that happens, can somebody claim, those expenses which they've incurred in the wedding?
So basically, while the law is very explicit and it lays down specific sections for maintenance taxes, wedding expenses is something that has not been mentioned in any of the acts. However, if you have proofs of the payments that you've done, that is bills, etc., you can always make that as a claim and ask for refund of it, which the court will consider on its own merits. Because I'm sure if both the parties have, then the husband will also come up with some claim saying that he's paid for it.
Now, unfortunately, in our community, what happens is that Santosh Anna caterer takes everything in cash. So tomorrow you can't say 15 lakhs rupees vanasgatan banazu, because where is the proof? So advisable that you do most of the expenses in white, but in check. But I'm still saying that, those who keep and maintain it are actually manifesting a divorce, So.
Yeah, it's actually quite true if you think of it.
Yeah. I had a case of a man, he was again 70 plus, and it's unbelievable because he had a book for the past 45 years of all the expenses he's done for his wife and his children. I mean, it was shocking. And then obviously he's manifested it.
Just asking for a friend, not for myself. But can men also claim maintenance from the wife?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
For those who don't know, even you can claim, even men can claim maintenance as long as you prove to the court that your wife has got a better income than you.
Thank you.
Also show that you're not able to work for yourself. That's a requirement.
But it's very difficult because I'll tell you, there is a Supreme Court judgment where the judge mentioned that where the wife had filed for maintenance and he said, I can't afford it. And the Supreme Court made a statement saying, even if you're a beggar, then beg more.
Yeah, these are actually wordings of a judge. Beg, borrow, steal, but pay your wife.
Yeah, if you're a beggar, beg more.
And this maintenance amount, is it that once it's passed by the court, I have to pay, let's say, 50,000 per month? Is it a lifetime thing, or does it stop at a certain point, or till I die, I still have to keep paying it? Or after dying, do I still have to keep paying it?
See, actually earlier it used to be very vague in terms of maintenance, and then finally, recently there was a judgment by the Supreme Court, Rajneesh versus Neha judgment, where now the court insists that both the parties will file their affidavit on the assets and liabilities. And based on that, the wife gets a percentage. Normally the thumb rule that the Supreme Court has decided, it was earlier 50%, then now it's come down to 33%. Okay, so 33% of the income of the husband will go to the wife. Now that has to be paid as long as she is living or you're living.
Even if she remarries? What?
Yeah, I'll come to that. Until and unless she remarries, or you go to the court and prove that she is not, of good character. So on that ground also you can get it cancelled. And that's a very difficult thing to prove. Because privacy laws in India are so strict. So if the lady is going into a hotel, the maximum you can do is click a photograph when she's entering the hotel. After that you can't do anything. Even if you have that evidence, it's not admissible in court.
So is there a formula as to how that amount is calculated? Because one client had come to me saying that, the family court directed him to pay maintenance. But that maintenance amount was about 90% of his salary. So is there some logic? Is there a limit? Because people come to the court asking for anything, but what the court grants is there a limit to that?
So Rajneesh versus Neha, like sir already said, it's a very detailed, about I think 15-20 page affidavit, which is required to be filed by both the parties. This affidavit will have your ITR for the last 3 years, and even at the time of your marriage, or bank statements for the last 3 years, details of your liabilities as well as your asset. The court will give you a sufficient opportunity to make sure that you put it on record ki, ya niyat neeru dulle, and how much money I have. So basis that, and the wife will also have to file all of this. So it will be very important that you make sure that even if she is not filed, you can put documents which you have in your record. So the court can come to a proper conclusion when they see both these financial documents. So that's become the thumb rule right now, which is going and prevailing in courts, that this affidavit has become mandatory.
Now, when it comes to maintenance, a woman has, under 3 acts, she can claim maintenance. So she can claim in the family court, she can claim under the Domestic Violence Act, she can claim maintenance, and she can claim maintenance under CRPC 144 now. It was 125 earlier, now under the new BNSS Act, it is 144. So under these 3 acts, you can claim maintenance. But unfortunately, what happens is that these magistrate courts, they come from Nanded, small towns. So I had a case where that guy was earning an income of 5 lakh rupees, and I claimed 1.5 lakh as maintenance, and the judge was, magistrate was shocked. He said, "Kai bolte sahib, 1.5 lakh rupees kai karayche त्यांना? 1.5 lakh मध्ये काय करणार काय?" I said, "Sir, this is the cost in Bombay." I said, "My client is not being given a free house or a car, or electricity bill is paid and water bill is paid." Then he said me, "Tumhi kai mala dose dete?" Because he gets everything free. So his, standard is like 15,000 rupees. Then finally, when we went up till we went to an appeal, and then finally when we went to the High Court, he got 2 lakh, she got 2 lakh rupees. But unfortunately, at a lower courts, it's very difficult to stress 33%.
And then what are the options in such cases where there is an order for maintenance to be paid or Sridhan to be returned or whatever it is, but a person is not complying, let's say the husband is not complying with the order, then what are the options that the wife would have?
Then under section 144, subsection 3, okay, you can file for a distress warrant.
What is that?
So a distress warrant is where the police will come and take away all those, attach all those stuff, and then later on it is sold, and then that thing. But there are some guys who are very smart. There's a Shetty case I have where the guy's got nothing.
actually got nothing or showing on paper that he's got
nothing. On paper,
no
there
cash
is
payments,
nothing. So the cop is telling me, yes, साहेब काय करायचं आता काय? त्यांचा फक्त शर्ट पॅन्ट आहे ते काय किती घेणार आहे? Everything is in the father-in-law's name.
Okay, that's the catch.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are in the Hindu Marriage Act also once you have an order in your favor, you can file for execution proceedings separately. Once after distress warrant, the courts will also, if they find reason that he's evading, they can even issue arrest warrant.
Arrest warrant.
But the court will give you multiple opportunities to make do. Say that I'll make some part payment, something. The court will give you those opportunities. But if you fail to do that, then the court is also has to compel and take such drastic steps.
Then you have to also go, see the higher courts actually get it implemented. But it's a long process to go up to High Court, Supreme Court.
And what if one person has filed for divorce and the other person does not want to actually get a divorce? So what are the options available to that person who doesn't want to get a divorce?
So apart from seeking divorce under the law, you also have a concept called restitution of conjugal rights. Basically where you're asking the court that I want to continue with this marriage. So please direct him to be with me because I want to make this marriage work. Obviously, when you speak of it practically today, you can't force a person to be with you if he does not want to be with you. But then we have this provision in law and it becomes an order in paper. What I think we could advise is that there is our Nyaya Mandali which is there, where you could approach with your relatives or just the couple can also approach and see if there is something that's resolvable, whether we can go to some counselors because there are several other things which are there. There are family counseling professionals who are there to help you out. Manjunath sir is one of them. I know of him he's helped couples who come to him and they've decided to get back together and make it work. So, you know, we have such people in our community who can help you with these things. And that is what the objective of this panel today is also, that we try and push to see that there are these professional things that are there. So please approach those before you go and approach the courts.
Yeah, I'd like to add also here, it's like if one couple wants a divorce, a Kurunji divorce Burchinda, it is exactly like, you know, having cancer in your hand, suppose. Now, you can't live with it because, in fact, last week this lady was crying, saying that I want my husband back, I am for the husband. And the judge, courtroom number 4, he loves to give speeches. So he was telling her, he says that what is the use? Because even if I order him, which is not possible, to take you back, he will keep you at home, you know, and budidi lekka apai, matlab budidi apujai, you know. So what is the use of you keeping, you know, going back? So in my opinion, if one person wants the divorce, okay, then it's like cancer in your hand. But when you have cancer in the hand, you don't go and say, doctor, ye haath kaat dalo mera. You first look at, you know, some therapies, chemotherapy, so-and-so. If not, then you run to an Ayurvedic doctor, you run to a homeopathic doctor, you know, you go to your Bhuta, Kola, Ye, Wo and all that. And then after that, when anything is not possible and it's going to spread, that's when you decide to cut. So similarly, when you have a dispute like this, court is not the first option. Nyaya Mandali is there, the Bansanga, and it's always, you know, advantageous to come to a community place because unfortunately what happens is that Shetties, they don't use Shetty lawyers. It's a very sad thing. You know, I know of a case where that man first asked me a question, ki inchincha anda budidi vani punnu inchincha maltanda yena apunna and all that. So I told him. Then after 6 months he came to me again and he said ki ink ninonji pattarandu matra eralla panachi. So I said irna magalna visheda. Nikincha gottun. Are the whole world knows. But he thinks that nobody knows. You know, so that's what they believe, that if you go to a Shetty lawyer, matra ella gottapun. It does not matter. First of all, every lawyer is a professional. And he will not, I don't even share with my wife cases, you know, or names. But she's also an LLM graduate, so therefore we discuss. But no names, nothing is mentioned. That's the kind of confidentiality every lawyer has. So divorce is not the first option. Come to the Nyaya Mandali, find out what is the reason, because many a times lack of communication could be a reason. You know, many a times the in-laws could be a problem. Ita the jokul mata, they call them old furnitures. You know, old furniture. So the old furniture could be a problem. Then either the old furniture decides to move out, you know. So that is not the last option. If one of them wants a divorce, the other doesn't want, then try various methods, like how she said. You know, there are professional counselors also for this.
What you said is absolutely right about not people hesitating to use the lawyers in their own community because they are afraid that the news will spread. But of course, gossip has its own place and professionalism has its own place.
Yeah.
And even if I have a family matter, I'm fully confident I can come to one of the two of you, and you will not even tell your own spouses or your daughters or your parents, even if they're living in the same house with you. So of course, and I will always choose to come to somebody in my community because they will understand the problems better. Because nobody can understand the problems of a Tulu family better than somebody in our own community, right?
The comfort level is always there.
Right.
And also I feel like there is a sense of belonging in a community togetherness. So you are more invested in probably helping them out than having them fight in courts. So use that to your advantage and come to people within your community to probably resolve this in a better way.
And they do it with no interest. See, what happens is there's a girl and a boy, husband and wife, they're having a fight. The wife goes to the lawyer. He'll say, "Nene, tu case dalo," because case part jina hai na, one boldo hai pinai. You know, so he will say, "Nene, case dalo, और हम आपको 15 lakh रुपए दिलाएगा." Like right now, there's a matter going on in the family court where the lady is asking for 1,000 crores. You know that case is going on in the 1,000 crores. Now the husband has finally come up to 500 crores, but she says no, 1,000 crores. So because why? Even a lawyer is instigating her. "Nene, hum dilayega tumko." But when you come to a counselor, when you come to the Nyaya Mandali, they don't have an interest. You know, they don't make any money out of it. The interest is that you join together and see what is the way to solve it. So that is always the best route first.
I think this 1,000 crores and everything is very inspired from Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates. From all these incidents, I think people are just getting inspired.
No, I think Hrithik Roshan paid 482 crores.
Oh, wow.
That's what the Instagram says.
Yeah. No.
So where does somebody have to file for a divorce? Because let's say, because nowadays everybody is doing a destination wedding. People are having their wedding in Bali. They're coming back to, then they'll stay together married in Bombay. Then after they separate, maybe the wife will go to Delhi or Pune, wherever her hometown is. So where does one have to file the divorce case?
You can file a divorce at the place where you got married, or where you were married. You can do that, or the place where you were resided post marriage, or where you were last residing. And then now with that amendment that has happened, okay, another advantage to the woman is that she can file a case where she lives. So if the girl goes and many people do it, many women do it, so they'll go temporarily and go and stay in Mangalore and file a case over there, and the poor chap is in Bombay and he has to keep running to Mangalore. So these are the...
And everything we've discussed about all these divorce-related laws, they also apply to a marriage if it's not registered?
Of course it does. So just not having your marriage registered does not make it an invalid marriage or something, as long as you've performed it as per the Hindu rites. You've had the 7 Feras. That itself constitutes as a marriage, and you can approach the courts for a legal divorce. And having it registered is not a requirement. But however, it's advisable to have your marriage registered.
Yeah, but the law also very clearly says that, it very clearly says that 7 Feras you have to do, but also your local or your customs also will prevail. So for example, in Shetty's, earlier Bunts, we never had 7 Feras. The Gurkara came and, he would say, okay, you're getting married. Okay, even that is a valid marriage because that prevails in the community.
Once somebody gets a divorce decree, within how much time can they remarry?
If it's a mutual consent, you can go next day get married. So Sunday you can get married, Monday you can get divorced, Tuesday you get married again, Wednesday.
So out of respect, you should leave out the same day. The day you get the divorce decree, you should not do it the same day, just out of respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And if it's not a mutual consent, and if it's a contested divorce, then after the judgment comes, you have a 90-day window where you cannot marry.
Why 90 days?
Because anyone can go for an appeal.
Right, absolutely. I think we are a little bit short on time. I think this is a topic which is, I think, of a lot of interest to all of us, and I think it's a very important topic. And I think we can talk about it for hours on end with both of you. But of course, we do have to wrap up, and I don't think we'll have time for a Q&A. But I think the bottom line of this is, like you both pointed out, that the reason why we took up this topic is not because we want to promote divorce, of course. It's the other way around, in fact, that we want to say that, it's a difficult process, not just legally, not just in terms of costing, but in terms of what the mental strain it causes to the couple, to the children, and also to the respective families who have to go through this. And therefore, that was our purpose of doing this. And fortunately, the Bunts community is a very strong community. It's got deep-rooted values. And we have these forums like the Nyay Mandal, and we always have these connections which can help us in actually resolving matters so that it doesn't go to that extent. So if anything you want to add in conclusion?
Yeah, I think another big sufferer in a divorce is actually not the husband and the wife. It's the children. The children are the biggest victims, and post that are the parents, because I don't think any mother or father would like to see their son or daughter divorced. So the biggest victims are the children and then the parents. So when you take this step, I think you should consider all these factors.
Disha, anything you want to add to that?
Just, I think, again, emphasizing on the same thing, like getting through a divorce is obviously a financial drain, it's mentally draining, it's emotionally draining. So it's not easy for anybody, and mutual if you have to. And otherwise, please go through our Nyaya Mandali and get the required help and make umpteen efforts and attempts to make this work before you progress to a divorce.
Why not prenups?
See, prenuptial...
I think you will need to explain prenup.
Yeah, okay, what is
general,
prenup? Prenuptial is where before the marriage, they do an agreement. Okay? So, ma'am, you can sit. So, yeah, I'll come to that. So, prenuptial is actually, in a way, recognized in India, but not for Hindus. Yeah, so in Islam, in Muslims and Christianity, prenuptials is there. Special Marriage Act also, but in the Hindu law, prenuptials is not currently accepted, mainly because the court is very clear that Hindu marriage is not an agreement. Hindu marriage is a sacrosanct relationship. Therefore, you cannot have a prenuptial. So that is very clear in many judgments that the court has said. Okay, and therefore it is still not kind of accepted in India. Yeah. Yeah, 498A, that's under IPC. Yeah. No, the 498 earlier was a non-bailable offense, okay? But now the Supreme Court has realized that, these women also are taking advantage of the act. So, Supreme Court has finally woken up. And in fact, there is a whole association of married battered men, okay? Because they are all victims of these acts. So now the Supreme Court has very clearly said that no arrest will happen under 498A until and unless it is investigated and the investigating officer says that it is an offense. So you cannot be arrested immediately. And also, the Supreme Court has also seen, because there are many cases where the husband and wife are living together, the in-laws are living in Udupi, sister-in-law is living in Bangalore, they are all part of the 498A. Just because they want them to be arrested. Yeah, in America also, yeah.
Once an FIR is done, you can always proceed for quashing, and if the
Yeah.
court finds merit that, people have been just added for harassment, the court will quash it against them, especially, and this is becoming a norm in the high courts now, where they are seeing that parents and in-laws, etc., are being unnecessarily harassed by adding them in the FIRs. So courts are looking into the patterns and reforming and changing their approach with time.
In fact, the worst thing is where, right now I have a case where because of a marital dispute, that man has got a daughter and a son, small children, and the wife has put a POXO case against the father. You know, so fortunately, I mean, we made sure he didn't get arrested, but that was the
We've got time constraints. It's an interesting topic, but
Yeah. If
again,
anybody has any more questions, of course, Disha and Manjunath sir are both available.
I think Vikrant, but
You
we've
can
got time
discuss them.
constraints.
Yeah.
We'll pass over the questions to dinner or drinks.
Exactly what I was
Huh?
saying, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, wonderful. Manjunath, Disha, and Vikrant. Practically, ನಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ನಿತ ದಿನೊಟ್ಟು ರಿಯಲಿ ಬುಡ್ಚಾಂದಿನ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಜನಕುಲಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಡು ಮಸ್ತ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅವೇನು ಒಂಜಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ರೀತಿಡು ಪೂರ ಪಂಡು ತೋಜೇರು ಐಟಿ ಎನ್ನ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾತ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ನಗಳು ಇಂಚಿನ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಲ್ಪರೆ ಬಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ದೆಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಆರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ನಾವು ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಪ್ಲಾ Education Chairman Sri Ratnakar Shetty Munkur and past President C.A. Shankar Shetty to just honor our speakers and panelists and the moderator.
Journey of Riswat began in the year 1996 with a dream to make its mark in the global specialty chemical sector. During this period, the company was established and since grown by investing in evolving and sustainable technologies and processes, thereby giving a foothold in key product portfolios across surfactants, specialty chemicals, esters and polymers, pharma excipients and intermediates. In the non-ionic surfactants space, Viswat is the market leader with more than 200 products sold both domestically and internationally in more than 30 countries. In line with the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Viswat throughout its journey has adopted in-house know-how, be it in research and development, engineering or continual improvement, and while doing so, has consistently met the requirements of its customers and vendors with respect to quality, quantity and on-time delivery. We strongly believe in creating value for money, for people, for machine, for product and for the environment. While doing so, there is a strong message that for Viswat, sustainability matters.
A journey of innovation and excellence. The DD International is now Orashine Essentials, moving forward with the same expertise, commitment, and perseverance, but with a bold new vision for the future. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of the fragrance and flavor industry, delivering quality to clients across the globe. With our new OraChem division, we're bringing world-class aroma chemicals to the Indian and global F&F market. We've partnered with global leaders, Alta Oils from Bulgaria and Aroma Seed from Paraguay, to bring the finest aroma ingredients to India. Our newest innovations, Aura Sandal, Aura Santol, and Aura SM Core, are raising the bar for quality in aroma chemistry. In just 2 years, Esho has emerged as a leading fragrance brand in Africa, competing with global names while offering premium, cost-effective F&F compounds and products. Our retail brands, Avoca and Chant, bring premium avocado oil and aromatherapy essentials to discerning customers, led by the visionary Ms. Yashna Shetty. Our NABL-certified laboratory in Navi Mumbai offers world-class testing and analysis for natural and food ingredients, including aroma chemicals and specialty ingredients. Sustainability is at our core. Together with our partners, vendors, and well-wishers, we're planting 10,000 sandalwood trees, offsetting 3,750 MT of CO2 over the next decade. We're proud to sponsor and participate in the Fafai Expo 2024 in New Delhi, a testament to our ongoing leadership and innovation in the fragrance industry. At Orashine Essentials, we're enriching fragrances and flavors through innovation, expertise, and global partnerships. Explore the future of fragrances with Orashine Essentials. Visit us today. A journey of innovation.
Thank you. These are our backbone, prime spurs and organizers, Vishwat and others. We have with us Vivek Shetty as our chief guest, Vishwat and other organizers. Ite nama Buntara samudayadu anchine mata society ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ನಗಲೆಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಕೊರಪಿನಂಚಿನ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಕಸ್ಟಮ್ ಭಾರಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಭಾರಿ ಮಲ್ಲ ಅವನ ಇನಿಕ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊರತೊಂದು ಬೈದ ನಾವು we are proud to say from our Bunts Law Forum, Sri Umesh Shetty and Sri Ravindranath Shetty are designated as senior advocates by the Bombay High Court. It is our pleasure to honor them on this occasion with respect and best wishes. It is not an easy step to get the designation as a senior advocate by the Bombay High Court. I would request President and office bearers and the escort, the chief guest and guest of honor and the organizers to the dais again. And I request Ranjit to introduce Senior Advocate Umesh Shetty to the audience. Please, Ranjit.
Umesh Anna, good evening. So we have with us Umesh Shetty, a distinguished senior advocate based in Mumbai, known for his dedication to justice and expertise in diverse areas of law. He's a first-generation lawyer. He completed his LLB from KC Law College, Mumbai University in 1984 and began his practice in 1985. Starting his journey without any backing, which is very difficult in our profession. Mr. Shetty worked under Advocate Sanjeev Kanchan before establishing his independent practice. In his early years, he gained recognition for championing public causes, such as preventing the closure of a Kannada medium municipal school and securing re-examinations for wrongly expelled students by successfully challenging administrative actions through writ petitions in Mumbai High Court. Over the years, Mr. Shetty has developed specialization in banking law, including SURFACI and RDB, arbitration, public law, with substantial experience in writ jurisdiction. He's also done a lot of pro bono work, particularly in support of teachers and students. Mr. Shetty has also appeared before Supreme Court in India in several matters, including the landmark matter of Nahalchand Laluchand Private Limited, where the Supreme Court ruled that still parking spaces are common areas and cannot be sold separately by builders. One second.
Come. Please, due to paucity of time, we request the President and the dignitaries to escort Senior Advocate Ravindranath Shetty to the dais, please. And Ranjit will say about Ravindranath Shetty. Please, Ranjit. Comes.
So let me give a small background about Ravi Shetty, a second generation lawyer following in the footsteps of his parents. He completed LLB from Government Law College, University, began his legal practice in 1988 in the chambers of his father, R.K. Shetty. Ravi is based in Bombay and known for his expertise in service, administrative and constitution law. He has not only been instrumental in getting justice for highly decorated All India service officers, but has also been on the panel council for Union of India for over 25 years. Music one. Ravi has also been one of the most heavily briefed service lawyers in Mumbai, practicing both in administrative tribunals and in the High Court. Acknowledging his contribution and dedication to service jurisprudence, he's been designated as a senior counsel, a senior advocate by the Bombay High Court in August 2024. Besides law, Ravi has a passion for farming, where he grows his own food and takes special interest in growing various varieties of mangoes. He is also an animal lover and has a veritable collection of dogs, chicken and cattle.
Thank you, Ranjit. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravi sir. Thank you, guest. It is a unique program. The dignitaries has to come to the dais and go back. We'll proceed with the next. Notary is a noble and additional service rendered by the advocates. Notaries have great and important role in the field of legal profession. We are glad to announce Union of India has appointed total 20 of our member advocates as notary. With pride on this occasion, we honor all notary from Bunts Law Forum. Not only recently appointed, all the notaries we are calling at a time. Please bear with us. We request all notaries to come to the dais and accept our token of respect and honor. Sri Vikrant will call out the names of all notaries. Please, Sri Vikrant. Sorry, Risha Alva will announce the names. Please, as early as possible, as she call out the names, please come to the dais, all notaries.
Balkrishna Adyanta, Prakash Hegde, Jayant S. Shetty, Karunakar Shetty, Chandrakala Shetty, Dayanand Shetty, Jagannath N. Shetty, Pradeep Shetty, Shekhar Shetty, Sujata M. Shetty, Prashant Shetty, Narayan Shetty, Sahana Shetty, Harish M. Shetty, RG Shetty, DK Shetty, CV Shetty, Ashok Shetty, Uppur Shekhar Shetty, Balkrishna Shetty, and Suresh Shetty.
Thank you, Risha. Thank you. Please, hurry up. Prakash Shigre. We, the Bunts Law Forum, Vishwat Chemicals Limited, Bunts, Bombay Bunts Sangha, IBCCI, and Tana Bunts, Mulund Bunts, Jawab, Bombay Bunts Association, ABCA, Association of Doctors, and all the organizers. We all wish all the notaries very successful endeavor in their field of notary. God bless them all. And we thank them also sparing the time in the busy schedule to receive our token of love. Thank you one and all. Bear with us, please. If there is any change of names, we can exchange thereafter. Sudhakar Shetty from Ahar, please come, sir. Chairman Ahar, Sudhakar Shetty, please join us. The other office bearers, please, sir. Thank you. Either. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Cinema industry has a few stars, but do you know the tourism and hospitality industry
Thank you,
has
sir.
many more stars? Yes, these are star performers who have
thank you.
cultivated a set of specialized skills as well as their personality. They are the real stars in the star rating awarded to leading hospitality brands. To ensure a welcome for our graduates with leading names in the hospitality sector, we have an intensive 3-year
Education
program
is
to
the pillar of
develop their
development.
knowledge, personality,
Along
and
with that,
various
women
technical
education is
and soft
foremost
skills.
important.
Catering and
Happy to say that
hospitality
we
is a
have renowned women educators with us, with the Bunts Law Forum rendering outstanding professional services. Now, Mr. Ranjit will come here and say about the women ladies advocates, Bunts women advocates and their names. Please, Ranjit.
So before I, no, that's good. This is better. before I call the women lawyers, I must tell you that, it gives me immense pleasure to take a moment to honor a truly inspiring group of individuals, the women lawyers from the Bunt community. Traditionally, the Bunt community has been known for its conservative values, where professional paths like law were once and unconventional for women. Yet, standing before us today is a testament to the change, a group which broke barriers, pursued higher education, and has stepped into a demanding world of law with grace and grit. I must mention that this journey hasn't been theirs alone. It's been made possible by the unwavering support and encouragement of their families, especially their parents who believed in their daughter's potential and gave them the wings to fly. Today, as a mark of our deep respect and admiration, we invite all the women lawyers from the Bunt community to please come up on stage and receive a memento in recognition of your achievements and the path that you continue to pave for the generations to come. Let's give everyone a huge round of applause, please. I'm requesting everyone to come on stage. We have here with us Priyanka Shetty. One Priyanka. Okay, I see you. Come. You shouldn't have doubted. Your first name had to be yours only. Come, the other one is also there. Come. So we have Priyanka Shetty, Priyanka Ranjit Shetty, then there's Risha Alwa, there's Ritu Shetty. Yeah, please, everyone come. There is Disha Vijay Shetty. Then there is Disha Shetty. Disha was here, one of the speakers. Please, Disha. Sachita. There's Vijay Lakshmi Shetty, but I think I got a message that she can't come. Shreni. She left? Okay. Shreni had to leave. Vidya Shetty. Sujata Shetty. Kirti Shetty. Anushka Shetty. Rutu Shetty. Malini Rai. Amita Shetty. Rupali Shetty, Mugdha Shetty and Namita Shetty. Sachita? Sachita? Namita's not there, right? Okay.
Please come, please. Thank you, Ranjit. We have announced earlier to register the names. Whatever we have received the names, we have accommodated here. I am sorry if any names are left out. Sincerely, it is not because intentional, by not getting the information from the concerned advocate. Please bear with us. We'll proceed further. Anyway, all the best for the women advocates. We expect all the services to our society from the women advocates in all respects. Thanks, one and all. Now we have another panel discussions with the utmost important need of the day is panel discussion on the redevelopment in cooperative societies with the leading senior advocate Ravindranath Shetty and Disha Shetty, advocate partner of Vadya Gandhi, through moderator Ranjit Shetty, advocate senior partner Major Sargas Partners. By your expected questions on law, our moderator will include those questions, I think, because we are little running behind the schedule. So they will cover up all your imaginary questions with the moderator. May I request Priyanka Shetty to introduce Disha Shetty. Senior Advocate Ravindranath Shetty was already introduced by Ranjit. I request Priyanka Shetty, Advocate Partner of AZ Law. No, you only say, please.
A very good evening. I am Priyanka A. Shetty, one of the two Shettys of the lady lawyers in the Bunts Legal Forum. It is an absolute pleasure to be here before today. Also a little overwhelming, not just because of this fine crowd, but also because of the dignitaries that I will be introducing for this session. The first person is Senior Counsel, Mr. Ravi Shetty. Of course, Senior Counsel needs no introduction, although you have received a little snapshot of his many achievements just 2 sessions before this. While we congratulate him on his much-deserved facilitation today, he has also been requested to be a part of this panel by virtue of his experience as a chairman of the MIG Society. I think a redevelopment of the society was almost a failed project, and I am informed that with his leadership and guidance, the possession of this redeveloped society is already handed over. So many thanks and congratulations.
Thank you, Priyanka. Please, Ravindra sir and Disha, stage is yours for departing your expert knowledge.
Ms. Disha Vijay Shetty, she's a partner at Wadhwa & Gandhi. Please have a seat. She's a part of the firm's real estate practice at Wadhwa & Gandhi law firm, a national law firm, and her practice comprises real estate litigation and real estate transactions. Her area of expertise includes litigation, dispute resolution, arbitration pertaining to real estate development, redevelopment of properties such as slum rehabilitation, municipal and town planning laws, etc. The moderator here, Mr. Ranjit Shetty, we often call him as Rockstar Ranjit, of course, needs no introduction. He's a senior partner with Argus & Partners, a leading law firm with around 150 lawyers in India, with offices in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, and Calcutta. His practice area is litigation and ADR. In a career of over 25 years, he has gained a commendable reputation in commercial and complex litigation, not only with his clients, but of course amongst his peers. He has also made a niche for himself in pre-litigation strategies, negotiations, settlement, and cross-border disputes. Clients regularly compliment him for his acumen and deep understanding of the practicality of his advice.
Thank you again, Priyanka. Please, sir. Please go ahead.
Ravi, I think I'll start with you. What is broadly the process that is envisaged in a redevelopment of a society?
Let me start like this, that redevelopment, as all of us are aware, most of us, or rather at least 80% of us have only one apartment in Mumbai. And if we do not carry out this process rightly, we could be in a lot of trouble, especially when you are in an advanced stage of your life. So therefore, the most critical thing for you is to decide the criteria, the eligibility criteria for selection of the developer. So whenever you want to select a developer, you should always lay down stringent criteria. That is, if it is a small society, let us say of just 5,000 square meters, then you look for a developer who has done not less than 500,000 square feet development every year in the last 5 years. Therefore, you know that this man has performed, he is performing, and he is capable of delivering. The next most important thing you have to do, of course, is to appoint a project management consultant. But please do not go by the terminology or the nomenclature of project management consultant and believe that the moment I have appointed a consultant, I am done with it and he will take over and he will take care of my interests. It is therefore very critical to micromanage your project management consultant also from time to time to ensure that he is not wavering from the path of protecting you 100%. The third most important thing is that you look for a fairly large size of bank guarantee to ensure that the project, if it runs into any sort of trouble, the bank guarantee should be able to save you. The fourth is that you have a proper exit clause to ensure that if the developer is not performing, you should be able to immediately terminate the contract. Otherwise, litigation undoubtedly will commence as soon as you terminate. But once you know that the developer is unable to perform, there is no point thereafter in waiting for him to completely collapse. It would rather be prudent to terminate the contract so that the litigation commences and the litigation ends also as early as possible.
It's okay. This is good enough. In fact, I wanted to ask Disha this, that, prior to...
Sorry, there is one more important thing that I want to say. If you all will realize, there are several societies in which there are different sizes of apartments which go for redevelopment. We had this problem in Buntara East in our MIG colony, where we had 4 types of apartments. One was 800 square feet, another was 600, the third one was 505, and the fourth one was 407. So the question which arose was, a fight broke out inter se amongst the members, where everybody, the smallest flat owner was saying that since the FSI belongs to the society and since I also own 5 shares, like the larger flat owner who also owns 5 shares, the FSI should be distributed equally. So this invariably leads to a situation where the society splits, there is litigation, inter se amongst the members, and the redevelopment process never starts. So we came up with a formula for that, which I want to share with you all in the event that you all are living in a society which is going in for redevelopment and which has different sizes of apartments. So what we did was that for the area of the flat, rather the FSI of the building or the area of the flat and the land appurtenant thereto, the FSI went totally to the flat owner. So suppose there is one building which has 800 square feet apartments, then obviously the FSI which accrues out of that 800 plus the land appurtenant thereto went exclusively to that 800 square feet flat owner, and so on and so forth for 600, 500 and 407. Then came the issue of the additional land available in the society. Now, how to distribute that land? So that land which was other than the land under the building and appurtenant thereto, we decided to distribute it equally amongst all members since all of them had 5 shares. This is how we sorted out that problem. There is another thing which you all may encounter. For example, if there are single building societies and you realize that you want to have better amenities, then you should ideally collaborate with the plot owners in the next couple of buildings in order to ensure that you get better amenities. For example, unless you have an 800 to 900 square meter plot, you cannot have a ramp and parking, 4 or 5 levels of parking. You will have to then otherwise opt for a parking machine, which is also known as puzzle park. Now what happens is that in a puzzle park, if one day in the morning when you have to rush to work, the puzzle park doesn't function, you are done, you have to look for a cab to rush to work. So this is a huge problem. And secondly, the value of your apartment, you cannot exploit the entire value of your apartment if you are not able to have a car park on the ramp. without you having to use a lift or a puzzle park system. So therefore, it is ideal that you get together with your neighboring societies and apply this formula which I am suggesting for different sizes of apartments, divide the FSI accordingly without there being any ill will amongst the members, and have a better society and a better product so that it is an asset for you. For example, in our society, we had exploited only 0.4 FSI and we were entitled to 6 FSI, on account of which we could get 250% additional area from the developer and about 700 crores of corpus. Accordingly, we created wealth to the tune of about 2,000 crores for 176 members, as a consequence whereof senior members who were, in the evening of their lives could create this asset which was worth 8 and 10 crore of rupees, which also ensured that they and their spouses could get better medical treatment in the best of hospitals. So therefore, if you apply yourself properly and you have a proper agreement with a very good solicitor, of course, Disha represents one of the best firms in Mumbai, but most times they are they are representing developers rather than societies. But so it is very important.
That's changing now. I'm assuming after this seminar, I'm going to get a few clients also from here. So that's changing now.
Yeah, you should.
I thought someone's going to say for societies they can approach me.
So these are all the very important things, because redevelopment can really transform your lives. The asset that you own, the sole asset that you own, can start being valued at 2 or 3 times the original price. Then there is one more important thing that I want to share with you all, that in a redevelopment process, you invariably end up getting a corpus from the developer. This corpus gets taxed by the income tax department. So how to avoid that? We thought about it, and then we re-nomenclatured the corpus, and we called it hardship compensation. And we took up a position in law and in the agreement that on account of our having surrendered our apartment and given it for redevelopment, we are now undergoing untold hardships. And therefore, hardship compensation that we have received should not be taxed. For this, of course, I have to thank my chartered accountant, Shankar Shetty, also.
Who's here with us.
Who's here with us now, who advised us on how to escape from the tax net insofar as the hardship compensation is concerned, and I successfully litigated and we managed to save that money from the government. Thank you.
So,
if there is anything else which comes across in the process of Disha saying what she wants to say, then I'll butt in.
So just for everyone to understand, Arthanate, Nikul rent Nikul Popar Adaga Nikul rent Getunar Nikul developer. So rent Getanra Bali in the agreement you should put it as a hardship compensation, right? No, hardship compensation. Yeah. When they move.
Correct.
Yeah. That's one. So Disha, prior to a redevelopment process which happens, what steps do you think a society should take?
So it's, I think, a very fair question. These days, all the societies, since Mumbai has a lot of old buildings, want to go for redevelopment. But what is it that you need to do for going to redevelopment? It is one thing to want to do redevelopment. Second thing is to be ready to go for redevelopment. Now, the most important thing before any society decides to go to redevelopment is to know what you have. Now, there are leasehold lands, there are freehold lands, there are government-owned lands, there are privately owned lands which are leased to societies. You need to know your building, where it's standing, the title of that land. You need to know if you as a society are the owner, if there's a private owner, what is it that you need to do to get the ownership. There's a concept of deemed conveyance. Now, if your society it's a privately owned land and your society does not have the ownership rights, you are supposed to go to the DDLR, file an application for deemed conveyance, get the title ownership of the land in your society's favor, and then probably go to a developer. It's always beneficial because the developer otherwise is going to tell you that, see, आपके पास तो title भी नहीं है, आपको थोड़ा भी कम करना पड़ेगा, आपका area कम करना पड़ेगा. He's going to attack you on that if you do not know your title, if you do not know what your society has before deciding the potential of your property. Second, which relates to, is it, what is it that, you know, like he said, you need to have a project management consultant. Earlier, there was a stigma attached that, you know, why should we are a society, the developer karega, why should we get into this project management consultant? It's not in our scope of work. But now, all the society redevelopments that I've been doing, the society has been smart. They are very sure that, you know, they will appoint a project management consultant who will do a complete study of the land, who will tell them, आपका society का land 800 square meter है, उसका FSI potentiality is say XYZ, and then this is what you will get, 25% extra area, 35% extra area. The PMC is your guy. Developer is, I mean, he will be your guy, but before he enters into a contract with you, he is not your guy. He is a party you want to enter into a marriage with, you've not been married to. It's like an arranged marriage situation for that.
So, you know, even Ravi mentioned about the project management consultant, even you mentioned it. Sometimes I have seen, you know, sometimes society feels that, you know, once you appointed a PMC, mera kaam ho gaya, inkita dala malparich, which I slightly differ, okay? But obviously you've been a chairman of a society, and I'm sure you had some experience, good or bad. Why don't you just tell us how to go about a PMC? Or maybe, you know, the audience can know. The work possibly starts once you have a PMC. What's your view? So, generally a society appoints a project management consultant. So, how to go about appointing a project management consultant?
So one is that you can give an advertisement. So people apply, the PMCs apply, then you choose in the requirement or the in the eligibility criteria for the PMC, you set down norms that he should have been a PMC in so many projects. Then the each project should have been consisting of so many 500,000 square feet or 1 million square feet, depending upon the size of your project. And then you also, so he's going to put up and say that I was project management consultant in so-and-so society, etc. Thereafter, you pick up the phone, you speak to those guys, you find out if you know somebody in that society, and then you try to ascertain as to how that this gentleman has conducted himself and what is the result. At the same time, you also keep doing your homework to find out what exactly is the potential of your property. This will ensure that nobody can take you for a ride.
So sometimes I think societies are a little conscious of, and I think rightly so, that the project management consultant should not be hand in glove with the developer.
Absolutely.
So that's, I think, one of the biggest.
That's very important that you select it before you even go for redevelopment. Absolutely. Then let the project management consultant, you know, supervise everything, help you, because you as a society are not going to have legal or technical knowledge. So it's a project management consultant who will help you.
All right.
So now, basically you have to believe that Vishwas Rao, we lost Vishwas Rao in the Battle of Panipat. So don't have Vishwas on anybody and check everything yourself.
Great.
Keep micromanaging until you reach a level of trust with the person.
So I'm sure a lot of chairmen or secretaries of society are not as involved as you are. Yeah, sure, I'm sure. So Disha, one thing which, again, you know, whenever some people come to meet me, they always say that, you know, is bank guaranteeing compulsory to be given by a developer? Of course, the fear is that, you know, suppose, you know, he's not able to get the required funds, how does he go about it? So is bank guarantee really very compulsory?
It used to be in the middle, it was just, you know, a state of mind that bank guarantee to chahiye, bank guarantee is necessary. Not anymore. It comes under your 79A guidelines. The High Court has now, in a series of judgment, clarified that 79A is only directory. The trend these days, the developers are not willing to give you bank guarantee, and rightly so. The market is a little volatile. For them to be able to, you know, give you a bank guarantee is going to be difficult. But if I am for the society, I will insist on a bank guarantee because my rights have to be protected. If the other alternatives these days, because the developers are so hesitant to give bank guarantee, is you give a earmarked premises concept, where we say that, you know, in the new building, out of the premises coming to the share of the developer, I will save so much till I complete the project, and I will not sell this this premises. In case he, stops in the middle, doesn't, you can take that premises, sell it, get money and try to construct it yourself. So at least there is some added layer of security. But bank guarantee these days, I at least in the recent past have not seen developers give bank guarantees.
Except if you are appearing for societies.
If I'm appearing for society, 100% you all are getting a bank guarantee.
And tell me, if there's a bank guarantee, if they're agreeable, what is the percentage of bank guarantees? Again, it's $1 million question. I'm quite conscious of that.
Correct. So it actually depends a lot on your plot dynamics. It depends a lot on your society redevelopment dynamics of what your society has to offer. There is no hard and fast rule that this is your plot and 30% of this has to be a bank guarantee. There is nothing like that. Usually how bank guarantees work is that the developers say, see, my construction cost is going to be say 50 crore. So I will give you say 10% of it or 5% of it. That's a hard ask, it's a hard ball, but there's no hard and fast rule. It all depends on what your plot has to offer and how lucrative it is for the developer to come and enter the scene.
Fair enough. Now, tell me, in a society, big or small, I guess there are some members who always oppose redevelopment. And of course, so how does it go about? I mean, if some members choose to oppose a redevelopment, how does one go about it?
See, you have to basically take everybody along. So if some people are opposing, you have to call them, talk with them, find out what is the apprehension in their mind, deal with it, and try to persuade them to come along. Many a times when people raise objections, they could be very valid objections also. So you must try and step into the shoes of the person who's raising an objection and try to see whether we can sort it out.
Disha, what if someone needs to go to court? Then how do you think courts have approached this?
The courts are very clear. The majority will of the society always prevails. If there are 100 members, 80 are deciding to go for redevelopment, 51 actually, 51 are deciding to go for redevelopment, and the balance 49 people are not. You can go to court, get them out of their premises and start your development. Courts are very clear on this. Repeated judgments have been passed saying that minority will not prevent the redevelopment of the society.
Ravi, any GST or stamp duty implications on a development agreement?
Whatever is the implication on the development agreement, every dime has to be paid by the developer. In fact, when you enter into a development agreement, many a times you are in a situation where the conveyance has not yet come into your hands, like was the position in respect of my society. MHADA had not given us conveyance. So we had incorporated the terms for him to obtain various sanctions, including permissions, then the conveyance, etc. from MHADA within a finite defined period in time. And he has to perform and he has to get the permission.
Okay.
It is impossible for us, common men, to go into any government office and obtain any permission. All of us know why. I don't have to explain why.
Disha, sometimes I see this, that people have vacated their premises. Then the builder, for some reason or other, has delayed the project. And, when they come to lawyers also, we say that, okay, there's nothing much that you can do. So what is the right time that a person should actually vacate his house? I mean, or rather, let me put it, is there a right time?
So, as a matter of security, the society must be very clear that until the builder gets the full IOD, now IOD is an intimation of disapproval. It's a little changed when it comes to a slum scheme, they call it an intimation of approval, but otherwise regular development, it's called an intimation of disapproval. Until the IOD for the full FSI of the plot is not loaded, a single member of the society must not vacate. So that's at least an added advantage that, at least you have surety that this builder who promises to build your new houses has the wherewithal to go and get the IOD from the market. He's loaded it on the property and now it's ripe for, redevelopment for you to vacate and then hand it over to the builder for demolishing and redeveloping.
Correct. Does it happen that, suppose, I'm just asking a scenario where flat owner has got a flat on the 15th floor in the redeveloped building, and the builder says that you vacate it now, or maybe he's got only his plan is approved only till the 10th floor. So in that scenario, is it advisable that he vacates the house?
So see, it all depends on
Because,
when you're...
just to complete, because in that scenario, he's still a minority. So if he goes to court, it's quite an odd position.
No, correct. But I would think that your entire terms of when you have to vacate, what point you have to vacate, gets finalized when you sign the DA with the society. Your DA is your Bible. It stipulates when you will vacate and at what point of time. Now, if the society in its collective will says, no, if you get 50% of the FSI loaded, you have to vacate, unfortunately, you're bound by it.
Interesting.
So
And
you have to bow down to the will of the society for sure.
That brings me, Ravi. Now, sometimes even members who are in a minority, they may have some suggestions for a development agreement. Now, in that scenario, have you experienced anything? Because he may be a minority, obviously, but he has some suggestions for the development agreement.
No, we have, that's what I'm saying.
And you did mention that, yeah.
The focus for the managing committee has to be to ensure that 100% of the people are on board. 100% of the people agree. When we vacated our premises, I had 100% approval on the development agreement. Only then we vacated.
Wow.
But we had a situation where we had first got the permission up to 7th floor, Disha. Then came the next 7 floors, but the FSI was sanctioned. So the FSI, we knew that it's a matter of time. And as he goes on paying, he will go on getting. Then one more important thing that we had put in our agreement was that we had not given him the right to mortgage the premises. Forget about mortgaging my premises. I did not even let him mortgage the premises which he would have become entitled to after he constructed. That is the FSI sold to him. We did not allow him any right of mortgage. We also put a very important condition in our agreement, which I would request all of you all to ensure that it is put. We had put a condition in our agreement which said that although you will be able to sell your share of the apartments, you will not hand over possession to a single purchaser until all my 176 members are given possession. So that ensured that there was very little scope for him to do anything untoward. So if you have all these terms and conditions incorporated in your development agreement, then you are quite well protected. You also have a term in your contract which we had, that if he reneges on a single financial commitment to me at any point of time, then it would be treated as the contract having been terminated. And that condition was agreed to by Disha's firm, on account of which we settled and we went ahead with the redevelopment process. I had to face litigation twice in my project, but both times we came successful, and finally the last agreement we did was her firm was directly involved against us in that agreement. They realized the apprehension from where we came from. In fact, one of the foremost guys in real estate today is her, I think your boss, Dhaval Mehta.
Partner.
He fully appreciated
a
partner in Badia Gandhi. And he appreciated where I came from. He accepted my proposition. He incorporated it in the agreement, and then we set sail. After that, we never looked back. And we got our possession.
But Ravi, I think your society or the way you guys have gone about it is clearly an ideal situation.
No,
because
no. We had the most horrifying experiences. The moment we engaged our first developer, unfortunately that man got arrested in a huge scam. Then came, no, I don't want to take names, sir.
But, I mean, I can take, but
so,
anyway.
He got embroiled. Afterwards, he was acquitted. Then after he got released on bail, we went ahead with the development. He brought in a JV partner. That JV partner, within 1 year of his coming in, also went bankrupt. Then came a third developer who came in through their firm, who eventually completed the project. So,
and who's a good developer? Who's a good developer?
No, I don't want to comment on developers.
I think someone needs to give credit to me also because I fought the litigation and now the project is complete. Anyway, so since you spoke of mortgage, and I'm repeating that, yours seems to be an ideal situation. At least you guys were in a position where guys could negotiate properly, or at least on your behalf, for the society's behalf. But I think, Disha, I think you will agree that mortgage is something which is essential nowadays. Of course, you have to negotiate. But in your experience, what is it? Can he mortgage the entire flats which are to be developed, or can he only mortgage a part of it? How does it go?
So usually he mortgages what is his. Okay, you give him development rights, he will mortgage it because it's his. You are giving it to him. It'll be odd for him to ask you. Means he will not be. I don't think it's a fair ask for him to say that I will mortgage your new premises also. That's a little difficult. There is. He will mortgage what he has. So his premises he will mortgage, which is I think a fair ask, because if he doesn't do that, he is not going to get the funds to make the project. It's simple. So what he has in what you are giving to him in this deal, he will mortgage that. What is yours, I think, as a society, we must not ask.
Yeah, I think this is very important because when the first draft of the development agreement comes, they actually say that they have the right to mortgage even the society owners. Okay, I think we are running short of time, but just 2-3 small questions, or rather one or two. I don't know whether one of you guys have this experience. Can a loft or a terrace area, can that be included in suppose I have a loft or a terrace, and when the developer comes for redevelopment, can I say it as part of this?
Look, if it is legal and it is part of the FSI sold to you by the developer, when you are an old tenant in the society, then you are entitled to something against it. We had a very queer problem in our MIG colony, where people on the ground floor had occupied the area around the apartment and they had their own private gardens. So they were insisting that they should get additional area for that area that they had, the correct word is illegally encroached upon. So two things happened. One is that after the 26th July floods, there was 10 feet or 12 feet water in MIG colony. As a consequence whereof their houses were fully submerged and they became desperate for redevelopment. This is the first thing. The second thing is that we made it clear to them. What we call, we had to read the Riot Act to them. And we made it clear that these are the terms and conditions on which MADA is giving us the land, and the land belongs to MADA. So therefore, merely because you have put some illegal fence around it, you are not entitled to anything. You have to be very firm. Otherwise, what happens is that it causes heartburn amongst other members who have been sincere and who have been living within their plinth area. So therefore, any illegal construction, in my opinion, or humble submission, if I may use the term, should not be encouraged to be converted into any additional benefit for the members, because some members sometimes try to blackmail. So you have to just stand your ground.
Thanks, Ravi. I think one last question, which both of you guys can try and answer. If a project gets stuck, what is the remedy that the
She's the best person.
society guys have?
So if a project gets stuck, you go as per your agreement. If your agreement provides for a step-in clause, you step into the developer's shoe, you throw him out, and you start constructing it through another person or through your contractor. If not, if it provides for termination, if the society has decided to go for termination and the agreement provides for it, you can terminate, notwithstanding whether or not the development agreement comprises of a termination clause. You can always terminate a contract. You terminate, you go to court, you get the developer out. The courts also don't encourage defaulting developers. If they made a commitment to you to make it in, say, XYZ years, and if they don't abide by that commitment, you go to court, you ask for it. It's a little longer battle because it's the judiciary, but it is still an option where you can get to throw him out and you can get someone else in his place to construct your building.
Got it, but that's a scenario where there's a step-in clause. But what happens in a scenario where
even if there is no step-in clause?
The trend of the season, which is that people declare themselves bankrupt.
So that is a little tricky, because your 14 kicks in once you get declared bankrupt. There's a moratorium.
I guess the only option is that someone comes by way of a resolution applicant
and takes over
which happened.
Like we are recently doing one in the NCLT where someone is coming in and taking over.
And of course, in Ravi's matter also, someone then Adani came in and redeveloped the project. one of my clients was an interested party. Okay, I think because of time constraints, I think this was the last question. The session ends.
Hello. Just 1 second. May I request NB Shetty and Mahesh Shetty, Vice President Bunts Sangha, to honor the Senior Advocate Ravindranath and Disha Shetty and the moderator, please. I think they have delivered their knowledge to us wonderful. ನಂಗೆ ಮಾತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಡು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಭಾರಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಡೋರು ಬದ್ದದ ಮೂಲ ಮತ್ತು ನಂಗೆ ಬೋಡಿತಿನ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಕೊರಿಯರ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವರ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಲಕ್ಕಿ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದೆಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್ we are indebted to Disha and Ravi sir and the moderator Ranjit. Of course, he has squeezed all the expertise knowledge from them to the audience. It is very difficult to get the senior advocates appointment and also the fees part. We are lucky to have them here in our doorstep. Thank you, sir, again. Now moving ahead, we have a short slide by Kadandala Parari Prakash L. Shetty Advocate, our former secretary, because due to Arna Illad Nema Kolaitinators rather urgent board and that style, he will just talk about the past history of Bunts Law Forum, how we reached today at this stage.
Today is the legal conference the Bunts Law Forum is holding, so that every people of our community should be benefited and should get the knowledge of law. Onta tulute patirve maata ಸೇರಿದಿನ ಬಂಧುಲಿಗೆ ಎನ್ನ ಉಡಲ್ ದಿಂಜಿನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಸಂದೇಹ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲೆ. ಇನಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲಾ ಫೋರಮ್ದ ಒಂಜಿ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲ. ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರ್ನ ಮುತುವರ್ಜಿಡ್ ಅವು ಸಾಧಾರಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿದ ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಲಾತ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಉಪ್ಪುಜಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆದಪ್ಪು, ಹೋಟೆಲಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಆದಪ್ಪು, ಅಂಚೆನೆ ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ಅಂಚೆನೆ ಇನ್ನಿದ್ದ ದಿನೊಟ್ಟು ಕಾನೂನು ವಿಷಯದ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಮಾತ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಕ್ಕುನ ಭಾರಿ ಅಗತ್ಯ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲಾ ಫೋರಮ್ ಸಾಧಾರಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 5ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಲ್ತ ನೆಕ್ ಮಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಕೊರಡು ನಂಡ ಯಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಲಾಯರ್ RC ಶೆಟ್ರು ಅಂಚೆನೆ SK ಶೆಟ್ರಿ ಕೊರೊಂದುಲ್ಲೆ ಎಂಕುಲು ಬಾರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಬಾರ್ ರೂಮ್ ಇಂಚಿನ ಕುಲೊಂದು ಉಪ್ಪುನಾಗ ಮೊಕುಲು 2 ಜನ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ನಕಲು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸತ್ತಿಲೆ ಎಂಕ ಟಾಂಟ್ ಕೊರಂತೇರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ನಕಲು ನಮಗೆ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಉಂಡು. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ನಕಲ ಇಜ್ಜಿಂದು അപ്പോൾ ಯಾನಕ್ಕೇನು ನಮ್ಮ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ನಕಲು ಓಲು ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಆವೊಂದುಲ್ಲ. ನಂಗೆ ಪುರ್ಸೊತ್ತಲು ಉಪ್ಪುಜಿ ನಂಗೆ ಐಟ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ಪ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಉಂಡ ಅಂದು ಐಕ್ ಅಕಲು ಮಲ್ತು ತುಕ್ಕ ಅನ್ಪಿನೊಂಜಿ ಉದ್ದೇಶಡು ಮೇನ್ಲಿ ಏಪ RC ಶೆಟ್ರು ಬರುವಂತೇರ ಅಪ್ಪ SK ಶೆಟ್ಲಾರ್ಲ ಕುಲೊಂದು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿ ಬತ್ತು ಅಂತೇರು ಅಂಚೆನೆ ಅವೇ ನೆಟ್ಟು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಆದ ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲಾ ಫೋರಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದ ಸಾಧಾರಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 5ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಡ್ ಸುರುತ ಜನರಲ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಆಯ್ತಾಂಡು ಐಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಲಾಯರ್ ಲೇಟ್ VR ಶೆಟ್ರು ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದ ಅರೇನು ಇಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಲ್ತ ಆರನೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ಪನ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಹೆಂಗೆ ತಿಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂಚೆನೆ 6 ಅಂತ ಸಮಯ ಕೆಲಸ 6ನ ಟರ್ಮ್ 5ನೇದು ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಲಾಯರ್ ನಮ್ಮ RC ಶೆಟ್ರೇನ ನಮ್ಮ ಐತ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಲ್ತ ಆರನೇ ಟೈಮ್ ಉಡ್ಲ ಎನ್ನೇ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅವಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಲ್ತೇರು ಅಪ್ಪ ಇಂಕುಲು ಇಂಚದಾದನ್ನಾಗ ಒಂತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಪ್ಪಗ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗಲ ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಲ್ಪನಾಗ ಆಯ್ತು ಪಿರವು ಕೆಲಸಲು ಮಸ್ತ್ ಉಪ್ಪುಂಡು ಅವತ್ತಂದೆ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಪ್ರತಿ ಇಡೀ ದಿನ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಬೀದಿ ಉಪ್ಪುನಿರ್ದ ಹತ್ರ ಅಕ್ಲೆ ಬಾಕಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಸಮಯ ತಿಕ್ಕುಜಿ ಅಂಚ ಸಮಯ ಜೊತ್ತೊಂದು ಅವಳಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾತ ಮಲ್ತದ ಎಂಕುಲು ಐನಂತ ದುಂಬುಕೊನೆಯ ದುಂಬುಕೊಯ್ನೇನು ಹೇಳಿ ಬೊಕ್ಕ RC ಶೆಟ್ರನ್ ಟರ್ಮುಲ ಆಂಡು ಅಪ್ಪಲ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ತೊಂತುಂಡು ಬಾತ ಜನ ಬತ್ತಿನ ಏರ್ಲ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಗೆ ಬತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಕ್ಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಲ ಮಲ್ತೊಂತುಂಡು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಲೀಗಲ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಕೊರ್ಪಿನ ಈ ಕೆಲಸಲ ಅಕ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ಲ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುತ್ತ ಅಲ್ತಗ SK ಶೆಟ್ರು ಲೇಟ್ SK ಶೆಟ್ರು 6 ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಯ್ರು 6 ಮಸ್ತ್ ದೀರ್ಘ ಸಮಯ ಮುಟ್ಟ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ತೇರು ಅಂತ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ದ ಸಮಯಡು ಅಶೋಕ್ ಶೆಟ್ರು DK ಶೆಟ್ರು ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಶೆಟ್ರು ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ರು ಮುಖ ಮಾತ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಪದವಿನ ಭೂಷಣ ಮಲ್ತೇರು ಇತ್ತದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ಅರ್ಲ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ರು ಆರಿಗ ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ತದ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉಂಡು ಅವತ್ತಂದೆ ಸಮಾಜಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಏರಿಯೋಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ಪನಕ್ಕಲ್ನ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟ್ನಕ್ಕುಲ ಅದುಪ್ಪು ಹೋಟೆಲಿಯರ್ಸ್ನಕ್ಕುಲ ಅದುಪ್ಪು ಅವತ್ತ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ಸ್ನಕ್ಕುಲ ಅದುಪ್ಪು ಅಕ್ಕಲ ಮಾತ ಗುರ್ತೊಂಡರಿಗೆ ಅಂಚ 6 ಸತಿ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದ 6 ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಲ್ಪೊಡೊಂದು ಭಾರಿ ಮುತುವರ್ಜಿಡು ದುಂಪು ಒಂದುಲ್ಲೇರು ಅವು ಭಾರಿ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಭಾರಿ ಸಂತೋಷ ಒಂದುಂಡು ಇಂಚೆನೆ ದುಂಬು ಒಂಜಿ ಹೊರ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಂಕುಲು ದೀದು ಐಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ದ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಮಲ್ದ ಏರಿಗೆ ಒವ್ವೋ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಲು ಉಂಡ ಅಕುಲು ಅಕಲ ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಬತ್ತಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಕ್ಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಪಕ್ಕುಲು ಒಂದು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೊರ್ದು ಅವು ಒಂಜಿ ಅಕ್ಲೆ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ನಡತದಂಡು ಅಂಚೆನೆ ಈ ಸತಿ ನಡಪುನ ಈ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎಡ್ಡೆಡ್ಡೆ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಬೋಡಪ್ಪನ ಅಂಚಿನ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ದೀತನು ಐಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಯಂಗರ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಮಸ್ತ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಅಕುಲ್ ಬತ್ತದ ಐಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲೇರು ಮಸ್ತ್ ಹುಷಾರುಲ್ಲೇರು ಇಂಟೆಲೆಕ್ಚುವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆಂಟ್ ಜನಕ್ಕಲು ಅಕಲ್ನ ಮಾತ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಕ್ಲಿ ತಿಕ್ಕೆರಡು ಅಕುಲಿನಿ ಬೇತೆ ರಿಯಲ್ ಎಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆದಪ್ಪು ಆಯ್ತು ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ವಿಷಯ ಆದಪ್ಪು ಅಕುಲ ಇಟ್ಟಿತ್ತೆ ಎಚ್ಚರ ಕೊರ್ದು ಜನಕ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಕಲ್ನ ಮನ ಮುಟ್ಟು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಆಯ್ತು ಒಂಜಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಅಕ್ಲೆ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ತಿಕ್ಕು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಆಯ್ತು ಒಂಜಿ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಕೊರ್ಪೇರಂದು ಪಂಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಸಂತೋಷ ಒಂದುಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಮಿತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಂಚೆನ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ನಡಪಡು ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ನಡಪಡು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಂಡ ಇಂಚಿನ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಷಗೋರ ಆತನ 2 ವರ್ಷಗೋರ ಆಂಡಲವರ ದೀಪ ಜನಕ್ಲಿಗೊಂದಂತೆ ಡ್ರೈ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ತೋಜರು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಉಂಡು ಆಂಡ ನೆಟ್ಟು ನಂಗೆ ಉಪಯುಕ್ತ ಆಪಿನಂಚಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಮಸ್ತ್ ತಿಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲವು ಸತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಅಕ್ಲೆಡೆ ಫೋನ್ನಾಂಡ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಸತಿ ಅಕಲು ಮಿಸ್ಗೈಡ್ ಆಪೇರು ಐದು ನಿಕ್ಕಲ್ನ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ದ ಲಾಯರ್ನಾಗ್ಲ ಪೋದು ಆಯ್ತು ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಮಲ್ತದೆ ಎಪ್ಪರ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸತಿ ಆಂಡ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ಲದೆ ತೊಂಡ್ರನ್ನ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಅಂಚಿನ ಒಂಜಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ಪುಲಿ ಏರ್ಲ ಮಿತ್ ಮಿಸ್ಗೈಡ್ ಆದು ತನ್ನ ದುಂದು ವೆಚ್ಚ ಮಲ್ಪಂದೆ ಮಲ್ಪುನ ಬುರ್ಚಿ ಇಂದು ಪನ್ಪಿನೊಂಜಿ ಎನ್ನ ವಿನಂತಿ ಅಂಚೆನೆ ನಿಖಿಲಿ ವಾ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಉಂಡುಂದು ಆಂಡಲ ನಮ್ಮಡ ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಯಮಂಡಳಿಲ ಉಂಡು ಐಟ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲ ಜನಕ್ಲಿ ವಾ ನಮ್ಮದ ಸಹಾಯ ಬೋಡುಂದು ಆಂಡಲ ನಮ್ಮಡ ಆರ್ಬಿಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮಡ ಸೋಲ್ ಮಲ್ಪರ ಆಪಡ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಪೋಂದೇ ನಿಕ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ಪರ ಆಪಿಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇತ್ತೆ ನಂಗೆ ಕೈಟ್ ಮಲ್ತು ಕೊರ್ರೆ ಆಪುಂಡು ಅಂಚಿನ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧಾರಣ ಅವಲೊಂಜಿ 10-25 ವರ್ಷದಿಂಚಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಂಡು ಇದ ಮುಟ್ಟ ಸಾಧಾರಣ 400 ಮಿತ್ತದ ಕೇಸದ ವಿಲವರಿ ಮಲ್ದನದ ಪಂಡಲ ಇಂಕ್ಲೇ ಸಂತೋಷ ಪಡು ಐಟ್ ನಿಕ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬೋಡ್ತಿನ ಐನ ಎಂಚಿನನ್ನಾಗ ತಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ತಿದ ಜಗಳ ಅವತ್ತಂದೆ ವಿವಾಹದ ವಿಷಯಡು ಬತ್ತಿನ ವಿಷಮತೆ ಐತ ಮತ್ತು ಇತ್ಯರ್ಥವನ್ನು ಮಲ್ಪರ ಬಾರಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಉಂಡು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಬೋದು ದುಂದು ವೆಚ್ಚ ಮಲ್ತದೆ ಸಮಯ ವೆಚ್ಚ ಮಲ್ತದೆ ಜೀವನ ಬರ್ಬಾದ್ ಮಲ್ಪುನದಲ್ಲ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಜ್ಜಿ ಎಂದು ಯಾನೊಂಜಿ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಜನಕ್ಲೆ ಕೊರೊಂದುಲ್ಲೆ ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಯಮಂಡಳಿ ಅಂಚೆನೆ ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲಾ ಫಾರಮ್ ರಡ್ಡಲ ಒಂಜೇ ನಮೂನೆದ ಬಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಕ್ಲಿಗೆ ಏಪಲ ವಾ ನಮೂನೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಬೋಡುಂದು ನಾಂಡಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ನಕುಲು ತಯಾರುಲ್ಲೇರು ಅಕ್ಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಲ್ಪೆರೆ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಓ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ರ್ ಪೋಡುಂದಾಂಡ ಐನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊನ್ಲಿ ಬಾಕಿದ ಮಾತ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ರನ್ನ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೋಪಿನ ಅಗತ್ಯಜಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಪೋಯಾರಂದಾಂಡ ನಿಕಲ ಸಮಯಲ ಬರ್ಬಾದು ದುಡ್ಡುಲ ಬರ್ಬಾದು ಶಾಂತಿಲ ಬರ್ಬಾದು ಐಕತ್ರ ಪೊರ್ಲುಡು ಎಡ್ಡೆಡು ಜನಕ್ಕುಲು ಶಾಂತಿಡು ಸುಖ ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿಡು ಉಪ್ಪುಲೇನು ಪಂಡದು ಯಾನ್ ದೇವಡ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದು ಎನ್ನ ಎರಡು ಶಬ್ದಗೂ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಕೊರೊಂದುಲ್ಲೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್ ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಆಲ್
ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅಣ್ಣ ಬಾರಿ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಕೊರಿಯರು ಅಂಚನೆ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ವಿಷಯಸ್ಲ ಕೊರಿಯರು ಬಂಟ್ಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಮಂಡಳಿದ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ತೆರಪಾಯರು. Do we have our past president Ashok Shetty slide, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, let me welcome each and every participant to this legal seminar organized by the Bunts Law Forum under the leadership of Advocate Prabhakar K. Shetty and his dynamic team. Friends, Advocate Prabhakar has told me with all of the past presidents to give a message for this legal seminar and also some advice to our young advocates who are now starting out in their professional career. To begin with, my message is loud and clear. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate and compliment Prabhakar Shetty for having taken the decision along with his entire team to organize this legal seminar in the auditorium of the Buntara Bhavana. And program, an entertaining program, will always get a good crowd. But to have a program like a legal seminar in such a big auditorium with such a big capacity, it requires a lot of confidence, and I'm really happy that he has taken, along with his team, this decision to have it here, and that shows the confidence that is there in him. Friends, the methodology that is going to be used as far as this seminar is concerned is basically not not a speaker will speak, but it would be an interactive session where you will experience, and the inputs that you will get will definitely make a lasting impression on your minds, which you can carry with you. When the subjects that have been chosen as far as this is concerned are basically topical in nature, in the sense that things like wills, redevelopment, matrimonial issues and property, transfer of property are issues which are day-to-day issues which affect the lives of individuals. And I'm sure our faculty members will do justice to these topics, and the inputs that you get will be remembered by you for a very long time and will be, of course, of much use in your day-to-day life. Friends, next now, coming to the advice that Advocate Prabhakar Shetty said, I'm reminded of the eminent jurist Nani Palkiwala, who said that when talking about advice, he said that there are two types of fools: those who give advice and those who don't take it. I hope that I belong to the first category, with the earnest hope that you don't belong to the second. Then he goes further and says that this is the practical thing that happens in our day-to-day life. Friends, though I would not like to give advice, I can only give suggestions to our young and budding advocates. When I started off in 1982, I used to go to the office of V.S. Shetty, who was Subhai Shetty, one of the leading counsels of our community in the High Court. And when we were sitting together, I said, with all the papers, and I said, "Uncle, this is a very good case and we should win." He just closed the file and said, "Never say that." I said, "Why?" I said, just asked him, "Uncle, why do you say that?" He said, "Good cases are lost and bad cases are won. You never know what is the viewpoint of the other side, what innovative things they will bring about, and more importantly," he says, "we don't know whether you are able to put your points across to the judge and whether the judge has understood what you have said." So these are the issues. So with that in mind, I started reading. He said, you keep on reading and try to accumulate your knowledge and experience. And that is how I continue to keep reading. And as I was reading, I came across a golden sentence which said that read old books and lose good cases. This is something which has stayed with me, and with the result, I started accumulating new books almost every year or every second year, whenever there was a changes in the law. And with the result, today I have 4 Godrej cupboards full of books, which are there with me. But I keep reading. Books are always books. But today, with technology that has come forward, a lot of youngsters would tend to look at Google or go to Indian Kanun or so many other websites, SCC Online, and download judgments. But they are never a replacement for the books that we have. Maybe it's the old school of thought, but nevertheless, unless you put in those keywords, you're not able to get the correct judgment also. And that is where experience counts. And friends, today, in fact, solutions come through AI, ChatGPT, and in fact, my son once told me, Dad, give me any legal problem and I will give you the solution. He used to keep on telling me, and then one day I finally said, yes, do it. And he put it on chat. He said, this is something very different.
He said, he put it on that and gave me a solution. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ashokanna. You have explained very well. There is some technical fault. Okay, thank you. Very so could explain Maltar. Doctor Vakilera Nagatya, Yerela Burre Balli, Andala, Jarurat Burnaga Boda Pundu. You have said that we should go to our own persons, either doctor or lawyers, reliably, who will advise properly and in a correct way. Now we have a last slide of our past President, Advocate D.K. Shetty. Please bear with for a minute.
Good evening, everybody. Respected most revered elders, members of various associations, members of Bunts Law Forum, and my dear friends. Being a past president of Bunts Law Forum for 4 years, from 2018 to 2022, and now a sitting president of Bombay Bunts Association, it's really a matter of great pride and pleasure to me to be a part of this very, very special legal seminar in the midst of such a wonderful gathering. Bunts Law Forum had organized several legal seminars here before too, in association with other Bunts organizations. However, today's seminar attracts special significance as our president was successful in involving various associations of Bunts, not 1 or 2 but 9. Bunts Law Forum, which was formed in the year 1996 under the presidency of Advocate V.R. Shetty, followed by Advocate R.C. Shetty, Advocate S.K. Shetty and others, had seen peak period as well as lull period. It was not very active for quite some time. However, then Advocate Ashok D. Shetty took the reins of the forum. Advocate Ashok Shetty had a different organizational skill. Under the leadership of Ashok Shetty, the forum became very active once again and undertook several initiatives and activities, legal as well as recreational. I succeeded Advocate Ashok D. Shetty as president of the forum in the year 2018. During my tenure, the forum organized 2 legal seminars, one in association with Jawab, with an active support of the then president of Jawab, Mr. Jai Prakash Shetty. In this seminar, our senior lawyer, Advocate Padmanabh Shetty, delivered lecture on labor matter vis-a-vis employers as well as employees. Advocate Manjunath Shetty addressed the gathering on family and matrimonial disputes. And another seminar was in association with Mulund Bunts, with an active support of Mr. Vasan Shetty, the then president of Mulund Bunts. In this seminar, our senior lawyer, Advocate Balakrishna Adyantaya, spoke on various issues concerning immovable properties, will, gift, sale deeds, nominations, self-acquired as well as ancestral properties. He specifically and emphatically told that nomination was not a transfer of title but was only a ways and means to transfer. Both these seminars were runaway successful. However, thereafter, my rest of the term was plagued with the COVID-19 pandemic. I had several programs in mind during my tenure as president, but the same could not be fulfilled due to severe pandemic situation. However, despite severe pandemic followed by stringent standard operating procedure, we could successfully conduct our periodical MC meeting virtually through webinar. All this could be possible by only because of the positive mind setup of our enlightened members and their active support. Regarding felicitation of our senior members, we had identified all senior lawyers who had enrolled themselves as members of the Bar Council 50 years back or more than 50 years. In our AGM, we had felicitated all the senior lawyers in grand manner. Now coming to the recreational part. Irrespective of age factor, whether young or old, we need to move out of our routine daily course and hectic Mumbai life for some meaningful recreation to keep ourselves hale and hearty. There are many healthy ways to keep life interesting and keep connected. Picnic is one of them. A day's family picnic organized in the year 2019 to Farm Regency Resort at Gorai, followed by a visit to Global Vipassana Center, was enjoyed to the hilt. Amongst others, the presence of Advocate R.C. Shetty, Advocate S.K. Shetty and Advocate B.B. Shetty was really a special attraction. Second picnic was planned 2-3 times but could not be materialized again due to pandemic situation. Many members were disappointed, but the most disappointed member was our young heart, Advocate S.K. Shetty. While our office bearers were pillars of support to me, my elders, namely Advocate R.C. Shetty, Advocate S.K. Shetty and Advocate B.B. Shetty were my real special inspiration. Friends, let's maintain our bonding as strong as steel, our relationship as sweet as honey, and keep connected at all times. With this fond hope, I wish today's legal seminar a grand success. Thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you, DK sir. You have explained in detail to the audience how you have rendered the services to Bunts Law Forum and exercised all the options available to give the legal knowledge to the public. Thank you, sir. Now we will immediately go on to our stage program.
Matters affecting the interest of the hotel industry,
We request
resulting in positive verdicts.
the President and the Vice President to escort the Chief Guest of Honor to the dais. Please. President, sir.
Members can avail expert opinions on various subjects like VAT, GST, income tax,
Slow down the volume,
PF, labor, MCGM, FSSAI, excise, copyrights and police from professional experts and committee chairmen.
To save the time, we have recorded the speeches of the past presidents and the Prakash Shetty, but anyhow, we have crossed the limit. Fast.
Etc. are available at special rates for Ahar members.
Please, sir, please.
Programs pertaining to the hotel industry are held regularly for the benefit of members and their employees. CSR activities for the benefit of the employees in terms of health camps and student scholarships for employees.
Please take your seats, sir. They will come. Office bearers, please come fast here.
The journey of Riswat began in the year
RG,
1996
please.
with a dream to make its mark in the global specialty chemical sector.
Office
During
bearer-
this period, the company was established and
Now
since
put
grown
up the
by
slide,
investing
please.
in evolving and sustaining.
Please. Now we will start fatapat. Welcome address by President Advocate P.K. Shetty, please.
Good evening, everybody. I'll finish in just 1 minute. I welcome Sri Praveen Boja Shetty, President of Bunts Mumbai, who is instrumental in holding this mega seminar. His desire was to hold such seminar in a big scale. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Sri Vivek Shetty, Chairman Managing Director of Vishwat Chemicals and Trustee of Bunts Sangha, Mumbai. His company Vishwat Chemical is the prime sponsor for the seminar. I welcome you, sir. I welcome all the sponsors, Vishwat Chemical, Aura Shine Essentials, Bunts Higher Education, Ahar, Canara Tours and Travels, Vasudha Chemicals and Growmore Financial Services. Welcome to all of you. I welcome all 8 Bunts Sangha organizations, Bunts Sangha Mumbai and regional committees, Bombay Bunts Association, Mulund Bunts Association of Chartered Accountants, IBCCI, Jawab, Doctors Association and Thane Association. All chairmen of Bunts Sangha, colleges, past presidents, Bunts Sangha and other dignitaries sitting in front of the stage. I cannot forget our past presidents R.C. Shetty, Ashok Shetty and D.K. Shetty and my own professional colleagues, members in Bunts Sangha Forum who supported this seminar. I welcome you all wholeheartedly to the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, President sir. Now we'll move on to short introduction of our today's chief guest Praveen Bhuja Shetty. Dalarna ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತೆರೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತಿನ ವಿಷಯ ಮಸ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಪನೋಡುಂದಿಜ್ಜಿ but it is our respect. ಆಂಡಲ್ಲ ಎಂಕಲ್ಲ ಧರ್ಮ very short in a minute I'll just say. Everybody knows, but I'll only say that he is son of Elluru Mallabettu Paradi late Bose Shetty and Narina Bhoja Shetty. He is running tax consultant in the name of Mrs. Praveen Bhu Shetty and now the branch is as wealth creators. Now everyone is stopping me, therefore I am moving ahead. Please sir, pardon me, pardon us to cut short and not to complete it. With your permission, with your liberty, we will close it there. Now, I request President and the office bearers to honor Chief Guest Praveen Bose Shetty. Please hurry up. Thank you, one and all. Now, Mr. Vikrant will tell in short about our B. Vivek Shetty, the guest of honor. Please, Vikrant, hurry up.
Mr. Vivek B. Shetty, an outstanding personality in Bunts community and in the entire society, is Mr. B. Vivek Shetty, who has given employment to more than 800 people in his industry. He is the provider of livelihood for more than 800 families. Everyone is familiar with him after initial education from his native place in Mangalore. He completed his master's degree in commerce from the University of Mumbai. He is the chairman of Vishwat Chemicals Limited, a specialty chemical manufacturing company having its manufacturing base at Ambernath, Thane district, Maharashtra, and in Dahej, near Bharuch, Gujarat. 40% of company's products are exported to more than 36 countries all over the world, which received ICC Award for Excellence in Management of Environment in 2017. He believes that education alone can contribute to the progress of an individual, communities, or the nation as a whole. Hence, through Bunts Sangha Mumbai, he has been providing for quality education to the masses at an affordable cost. He was an active member of the Bunts Sangha for more than 25 years, which completes 97 years now, since 1927. He was the president during 2000 to 2004 when he celebrated its Platinum Jubilee in the august presence of two Honorable Chief Ministers, the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sri S.M. Krishna, and the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Sri Vilas Rao Deshmukh, and also the Speaker of Lok Sabha, Sri Manohar Joshi, as the chief guests on these occasions. As a president, he rendered valuable services to the community and society, which people praise now. He was the chairman of Indian Chemical Council, an apex body of chemical manufacturers and associates from 2014 till August 2018, and was also chairman for Environment and Infrastructure Committee. Now is the active member in Executive Committee of ICC. He is also director in additional Ambernath Manufacturers Association. Today, his son Vinesh Shetty and son-in-law Venkatesh Charan are associated with him in his business. Hence, he is devoted time to pursue his philanthropy-based activities and also spends quality time with his family and grandchildren.
Thank you, Vikrant. Now we are moving it. It's Bari Kushi Apani Pandre. Namotugu in our presence, she R.C. Shetty, advocate, senior most member of our Bunts Law Forum, our guide, fatherly figure, whatever, so many things. We are happy, and it is our pleasure to honor with the token of love and respect to him, Mr. R.G. Shetty, advocate. Please escort, or we can go there. R.G. Shetty, advocate, arna Gurukul na raddu patera, sabek panodundu request. R.G. Vandana Kabale, R.C. Shetty na Magalu, Vandana Rai Hegde.
Good evening to all. A short introduction of Sri R.C. Shetty. Sri Raghava Chandaya Shetty, known as Advocate R.C. Shetty, son of Chandaya and Chandaya Shetty and Nuthu Shetty. He married to Srimati Ratna Shetty and having 3 children, Sri Harish Shetty, Srimati Vandana Hegde, and Dr. Naresh Shetty. He completed his initial education in Kutyar, Majalabettu. Later he studied in Bombay Night High School, Mumbai. Advocate R.C. Shetty, MA in Economics and LLB, is a self-made man. He passed law degree in 1962 after passing Bar Council examination conducted by the Bar Council of Maharashtra. Sri R.C. Shetty is noted social worker. He was associated with the Bunts and held various positions since 1955. He became president of Bunts Mumbai in 1977, and Sri Shetty was instrumental in collecting funds for the construction of this building, Sangha, and community respect, and honored him for several times. Sri R.C. Shetty was past president of Bunts Law Forum, and in this declining age, also working for the progress of Bunts lawyers and help them in their legal work. He is still active with Forum. We pray for God give him good health.
Thank you, R.G. Please. Thank you all the dignitaries and the volunteers. Irna ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮುಲ್ಕುಲ್ಲೆ ಕುದ್ದು ಬಂಡ್ಲೆ ಬೊಡ್ಡ ಉಂಟ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್
ಮಾತೃಗೆ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎಟ್ ದ ಫ್ಯಾಗ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಲೈಫ್. ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಿಗಲೇನು ಮತ್ತೆ ತೂಪಿದ ಒಂಜಿ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಬೈದಿದ್ದು. ಐ ಡು ನಾಟ್ ನೋ ವೆದರ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ. ಬಟ್ ಹೆಂಗೊಂಜಿ ಈ ಭಾಗ್ಯನ ಕೊರಿಯರ್ ನಿಗಲು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಲಿ ಇಂಡೆಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಯು. I have done very little for the law society because I am not a brilliant man, an ordinary man, but I got a big heart. If you want to be a popular man, you should have a heart. We have got a big heart. A lawyer should have a big head. A doctor should have a good heart. I have a good heart. That's why I have survived. But I got a little brain with the coming league. Anyway, I thank you, Yankala Law Society. Must Kelsa Maldir, Prabhakar Chitru. He has organized a beautiful seminar. Some of the speakers were very impressive. Very impressive. And Pathar Vatutrini. And I think time is and Master Patruji. Fortunately, in the president.
ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಓವೇಷನ್ ಕೊರಡು. 95 years old ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ರಡ್ಡ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಗೆತ್ತು ನಂಚಿನೊಂಜಿ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ನಂಗೆ ಮಾತೆರೆ ತೆಗೆದುಂಡು. ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರೌಡ್ ಆಫ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತೆಲ್ಲ ಲೇಟ್ ಆತಂಡು ಏರ್ಲೈತೆ ಭಾಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ನಾನು ಮೂಡು ಇಜ್ಜಾರು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಬಟ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಪ್ರೇ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಗಾಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಗುಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್, ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪೆರಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ happiness.
About our chief guest today, please, I am very, very lucky that we have a chief guest who has done so much for the Bunts Sangha, Bunts society. He is a big industrialist. And when you quality taninaga, year okkeregulu poyed our office, he will give the job. He proclaimable there are, and year battadal work payment. He is a great man, a brilliant man, a dynamic man. Young Kal only Padana Nama only Nank Bunt Samaja only law college board. I carried the proposals, the papers were ready to do. Kali, I want man like Mr. Vivek Shetty to take up the issue, do something, and have the college in your own name. This is a burden I am giving you.
He already
this is a burden, and you are capable of doing it. Law society, a law college in your own name. This is the only I have suggested I make, and this is the Nama Yani issue no Nama Samajada president, very successful president. He says, yes, we will do, we will have a law college. Namada Pura do. Today we don't have the law college. We should do it, and even president So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
आपका मुंह में घी शक्कर विवेकानंद पंडित इतने
for saying a few good words about me. I am very much thankful to you. Lord God bless you all. Nama Savaj the Mallavadi Eddavadu Bari number 1 Javadu world. Thank you very much.
ಈರ್ನ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದಗಳು ಖಂಡಿತ ಲಾ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಪುಂಡು ಈರೇ ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಲ್ಪೋರವೇನು ಇತ್ತೇನೆ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಯಶೂರ್ ಮಲ್ತೇರು ಈರ್ನ ಮಗು ಸಕ್ಕರು ದೇವರಡು ಇಂಗುಲ್ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಲ್ಪ ಬಾರಿ ಬೇಗಡು ಲಾ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆವಡು ವಿಲ್ ಮೂವ್ ಫರ್ದರ್ ಮಾತೇರ್ಲ ಒಂಚೂರು ಸಹಕಾರ ಮಲ್ಪಲೆ ಆನರಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ವಿಶ್ವಾತ್ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಯಾನ್ ಒಂಜಿ ಪುದರ್ಪಣ ಪೋಪೆ ಬತ್ತದ ಗೆತ್ತೊಲ್ಲೆ ಮಾತೇರ್ಲ ಎಡ್ಡೆನೆ ಆಹಾರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಸುಧಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್ office bearers, Canara Tours and Travels, S.V. Shetty, Higher Education, Bunts Sangha Institutions, Adarsh Shetty, Orshine Essentials Private Limited, Mr. Bharat Shetty, Vasudha Chemicals Private Limited, Mr. Srinath Shetty, Growmore Financial Services, Mr. Prasad Shetty, HR Financial Services, ಯಾನ್ ಕೊಡೋರ ಕ್ಷಮೆಗೆ ಮಾತೇರ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟುಲೆತ್ತುವ ಒರಿಯೊರಿಗಲೆತ್ತದು ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಕೊರಪಿನಂಚಿನ ಟೈಮ್ ಇತ್ತೆ ಕರಿಂಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕೊರ್ಲೆ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಲ್ತು ಕೊರ್ಕ ಬೊಕೊಂಜಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ವುಮೆನ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ಸ್ ನಗಲ್ನ ಮೊಮೆಂಟು ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಒಂದು ಕೊರ್ತಿನ ಅಂಚಿಂಜಿ ಆದಿತ್ತನ ನಂಡ ಮೂಲ ಒಬ್ಬ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾರರ್ಸ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇರ್ಪತ್ತಂದು ಅವೇನು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಲ್ಪಲೆ Please, sir. Thank you, SB Shetty. And Kudara Vishwat Chemicals, Dar Muller, Ahar President Sudhakar Shetru, Puerand, Kendra Tosar Uller, Orshine, Evershine, Bharat Shetty, Higher Education, Adar Shetty, Vasudha Chemicals, Seina Shetty, Grow More Services, Prasad Shetty, Isharpin Financial Services. These are the backbones and all the organizers for today's function. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Bombay Bunts Association President Advocate D.K. Shetty, ABCA President C.A. Vishwanath Shetty, Mulund Bunts President C.A. Karunakar Shetty, IBCCI President Sri K.C. Shetty, Doctors Association, Bunts Doctors Association Dr. Satyaprakash Shetty, Ahar President Sudhakar Shetty, Java President Mr. Rajesh Shetty or Advocate Gunakar Shetty, the Honorable Secretary, Thane Bunts Ashok M. Shetty, please Materla Sahakara Kurle. Inchina unique onje malla program ingulo nenu Suruta Sarudu Malpuno, Maharashtra Namma Unje Bunts Lawyers Sangha, Ait Dadanda loophole swipu avenu sari maltunana mitu correct malpuga Sahakara Kurle. Materla ottundule. Photo घेतले. Thank you one and all. Next, moving further, regional committees of Bunts Sangha, Sri Bhaskar B. Shetty, Dakshin, Regional Chairman, Navi Mumbai, Sri Premnath Shetty, Kondadi, Regional Chairman, Yogeshwari Daisar, Sri Suraj Shetty, Regional Chairman, Andheri Bandra, Sri Anand Shetty, Ekar, Regional Chairman, Dombivli, Sri Subodh Bhandari, Regional Chairman, Bhiwandi, Badlapur, Sri Manjunath Shetty, Regional Chairman, Vasai Dahanu, Sri Ravindra D. Shetty, Kotrapadi, Regional Chairman, Meera Bainder, Sri Ashok Pakkala, Regional Chairman, City Region, Sri Girish Shetty, Regional Chairman, Kurla Bandu. Please. Materla, Batudu Getolle. Ijinda Yerittinagulu Batudu, please. Morle Korle, are Namare, Bakak change Maltuner. Thank you. Irgetu Nana. Bole. Ottuge bole. Ottuge. Ini posa culture. Nama mata ottuge adu otta adu unity nama tojaga. Ottuge ketanga. Next nama moderators Ranjit and Vikrant. Anda. And Korduna. Thank you. Advocate Shankar Shetty, nama former secretary Master Kelsa Bunts Law Firm Maldir. He has completed 60 years of practice. Please Shankar and Anchur Mithibatid washroom Boter Boka Malpuka is a standover. Honoring the Vice President Bunts Sangha Maheshan Nepoera. Next Secretary Bunts Sangha R.K. Shetty, Chairman of Bunts Sangha Ratnakar Shetty Munkur Pava Education, Adar Shetty Higher Education Kurla, Ravindra Shetty Boroli Education Committee, B.R. Shetty, Chairman, Central Education. Easier. Chalo. Aage chalo. Very important agenda and must Janakule Borapun. Materena Satkara Maltu recognize Malpuna Kartavya. Bunts Nyaya Mandali Chairman Jaya Shetty. Matrubhumi Chairman or Director C.A. Harishan Nevlera Ulturu Jerurvatir. Revenue Sai Palace Vajer. C.A. Shankarana, former President Bunts Sangha. आपने दिया था लिया नहीं. Please come, sir. You came to give honors to others. This is our respect to you, please. It's a small token of love and affection and respect, sir. ಪದ್ಮನಾಭಯ್ಯಡೆ ಸರ್ ಬೈದಿದ್ದೀರು, ಮುಂಡಪ್ಪಯ್ಯಡೆ ಪೋಯರು, ಐಕಳಾರಿ ಶೆಟ್ರು ಬೈದಿರು. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ನಿತ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನ ಪೊರ್ಲುಡು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಗಣಪತಿ ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸುದೀತ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಲ್ದಿನ ಶ್ರೀಮದ್ ಶಾಂತ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬತ್ತದು ಒಂಜಿ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಗುನ್ನೆಗೆ Dr. Sadanand Shetty, please. Engalanji kinya token of love and expression and respect gitonle. Srimati Shanta Prabhakar Shetty. Again, I am with happiness. I tell is the Dharma Patni Namma dynamic president PK Shetty na our Porludu Ganapati Sudita Maldir. Dr. Sadanand Shetty sir, we are happy to have with us. Press Dagulu Karnataka Malla. Punjer and Udayavani. Shankarana batte rabale. Shankarana, please come. Former President Bunts Sri Chandra Shetty, please. ಬತ್ತದೊಂಜಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಂಬೆ ಲೇಬರ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಶಂಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬಲೆ. ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಚಂದ್ರಸಣ್ಣ. ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವಕೀಲರು ಶಂಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಬಾರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ has felicitated him. ಇರುವೆಲ್ಲ ಶಂಕರಣ್ಣ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಲಯದ ಸಂಪಾದಕರು ಶ್ರೀ ಪಾಲೆತ್ತಾಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಎಂಕಲ್ಲೊಂಜಿ ಕಿಂಚಿತ್ ಗೌರವ ಆಗೈತೊನ್ಲೆ. Paladadi Saber, thank you, Bali. Sri Varanga Praveen Shetty, GM Bunts Mumbai. Nanka Pura Sarada Sakara Malta Dinita Vanji program and Upurlagata Malpuna Sakara Maldina Praveen. Varanga Praveen Shetty. Thank you, Praveen, for your all wholehearted support and the cooperation. Mayor Namma main in Pura Culture Maldir. I took Kudura Kulan. Nana Material and Ykshamake, Ernala Vorid Boditin, Material Krape Malta, Namagaura Maltila Kakitole. Next, we will proceed further to the end. I request Sri B. Vivek Shetty, the guest of honor, to give some keynotes to us, sir.
Arunda? That's okay. It's not working. Bunts Law Forum the President Advocate Prabhakar Shetty, Anchane Namma Bunts Sangada very active and dynamic President Mr. Praveen Bhoja Shetty, and all the dignitaries on this stage as well as on the audience. Since morning you have covered afternoon you have covered a very interesting subject. But unfortunately time is short. But this subject when you take up for the next time, I think when this type of crowd is there, it's a quality crowd, real quality crowd, very rarely you get. So instead of making it the hurried way, you must keep it a half-day program or you must keep it a full-day program. I think this is a must, because otherwise, I think they have seen so many programs for the last 25, 30 years, but I don't, these are the cream. They are a lot of decision makers, they're the advisor to the society, so give enough time to them. Because today, senior advocate like, we have Mr. Ravindranath Shetty, as somebody was telling, it's very difficult to get his appointment. He is giving a free advice. Because I had to ask a few questions, but unfortunately, there's no time. So, you please do that, because I think that itself shows the respect to them also. Please, I think that's an advice to the entire committee, Prabhakar Shetty, everybody. Now, the subject what covered was also the very interesting one. Here, one more interesting part is that what I have noticed, that the youngsters are getting into law. That also young women. Young, when I see, the Driti or, the 3-4 people, I think I was so excited about to that, they are the, heading, the partners in a company like, the Wadia Gandhi, and somebody is in Crawford Billy, Namita, I think she's in Crawford Billy, and Miss L. Shetty is again another daughter, Namita, she's, Samita, Namita, she is, the partner in this thing. What is it? Shiril Amanchand. So can you imagine that? And other people also, that Wadia Gandhi, that Disha, she spoke so well and so relevant subject. So I must congratulate, all of you for, that having, that come and attended, taken law as a subject. Now let me talk a little bit about, why law, or, that okay, because the entire the system is so important to understand as far as, that okay, all of us are concerned. For instance, India, we all know that a democratic country. In this democracy, how this democracy is controlled. There are almost 144 crores of people, and that is being controlled by 544 MPs and 4,000 MLAs, 15,000 IPS officers, and 24,000 IRS officers, and also 22,000 IAS officers, and all these put together, we can say that about 70,000 people, they control almost, that okay, 140 crore people. They're the administrative authority. Of all the things, the most important people are the judges. Today, we have 24,000 judges, according to that what I understood, that. These 24,000 people, they are really the strength backbone of the country. So, when I say this backbone, because sometimes you talk about the parliament, you talk about any other authorities, perhaps only I think that the Supreme Court has got the highest authority who can supersede everything. So, and what kind of responsibility they have. So, we all expect that. The one important today, for all the people, that whenever we have the dispute, whenever we have the problem, hum aap court mein leke jayega, court mein dekhenge. That is ultimate, because these 144 crore people even today have the confidence or the faith in the judiciary system. So I'm just telling about that, what kind of responsibility these advocates have, what kind of judges we have. And that is the kind of, that okay, an atmosphere we are in this. So your responsibility, your authority, and what you can make a good or the bad to the society, that makes a big difference as far as the judicial system is concerned. Now let me talk about, little bit about the Bunts Nyaya Mandali. Bunts Nyaya Mandali, when you talk about today, Jay Shetty is the current president. It all started, when Mr. Manmohan Shetty was the president. And then, at that time, MD Shetty, the person who initiated that. And, that is inaugurated by Justice Santosh Hegde, and also, that Forest Sadhana Shetty. And these people are inaugurated. Second president after Manmohan Shetty, I became the president of Bunts Sangha. I implemented it. And for the last so many years, and that is functioning so nicely, so beautifully. And nowadays what's happening is that I don't see the visibility of the Nyaya Mandali. Neither, that we have so many other things to do, neither in Buntara or in other places. I think the visibility has to be shown. At least, that I was just telling Mr. Jayanna that, that okay, suppose you don't reveal the name. At least you should say that how many cases have come, what kind of cases have come, that okay, what kind of, that cases are successful, means you have actually settled the matter, and what is not successful, and the reason. And also, that okay, what kind of activities we do that? At least, the Buntarwani, through the e-system or in the Buntara hard copy, you please try to incorporate, Mr. President. This is my small suggestion to you. Now, let me talk about one of the subjects, very interesting subject, a very connecting subject. So, it is a marriage, and also we talk about the divorce cases. In these divorce cases, if you look at the history, that of the entire marriage, how it has taking place in our community, first of all, we were maybe 60, 70 or 80 years back. I think the marriage is, there is no choice. That whatever the parents decide, that is a final. And, and it was a joint family. And those places, even though, that okay, the girl was in such a bad situation, that okay, working with so many children, this, that and all, but still divorce used to never take place. Second stage came, the marriages. At that time, that okay, at least, the parents started consulting the girl. So, dowry was a predominantly, that okay, highest problem. At that time, a lot of divorce used to take place because of the dowry system. Dowry after committing, not paying, this, that and all, that was happening. The third system now what we are in today is that, that it is purely the compatibility of the girl and the boy. We have come to that stage. We have given the full freedom to actually boy and the girl. Maybe because here, for instance, that is what is it? We talk about suicide, divorce is like a suicide. At that particular time, if the, that okay, husband and wife, they have the difference of opinion. That particular time, parents and the relatives have to play a major role. Because girls today, they get the earning capacity, they have got the money, they expect everything, the husband also to do the same thing, do this, that and all. If it doesn't happen, so this kind of moment, that a mother or a father, if they say that, there's an encouragement she gets. Of course, there are really bad cases. Then trouble from the mother, this father-in-law, trouble from the brother-in-law, the other members of the, family. In such cases, that she has to go to the divorce. But the supporting family also can make a big difference, that as far as this divorce matter is concerned. And the girl has to take, that maximum interest in solving the problem. For a simple reason is what, boy, that okay, leave one and go to the next one. It's a much easier thing. For the girl is concerned, it is a big problem. This one has to be seen very seriously. Now, will, as far as the will subject is concerned, it is also very important and very essential for us today, because lot of, that okay, dispute is coming because of the property matter, and also because of, that okay, money matter. That time, parents, it's a responsibility of every parent is that you please make the will before your death. Finally, I would like to say one thing, giving a small example. This actually could be a very different kind of example, not for this crowd, but still I would like to say, but I'll tell in Tulu. See, judgment, how the judgment is given, and how the judgment is delayed. For this reason, I'm just not today's situation. Nama urudu, when bari mala guttu dagilittu, bullipadi mandu. I'm talking about, during British's time. So, island only very famous, mile rai bandadu. Many people may be knowing or may not be knowing of that. Nama puttur dagle gottupu. So that fellow, he was making the panchadike, like Nyayamandali. In those days, people never used to go to the court. So that fellow gives an example to somebody there. Ande island na pratim the case battana kerala case like the decision getunjaru. Aike dada idai, what is the reason? Kenver. Aike is an variedentna uttar korpunuga. Tule onji carded ponaga red onji branela onji brandila. Card ponduleri. Pondupunaga ಅಂಚನೆ ಕಾಡು ಎದುರು ಪೋನಾಗ ಎದುರು ಒಂಜಿ ಪೀಲಿ ಬರ್ಪುಣ್ಗೆ ಪೀಲಿ ಬತ್ತದು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ಕೆ ಬ್ರಾಂದಿಟ್ಟ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರಾಣನೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರಾಂದಿಡಲ್ಲ ಯಾನಿಕ್ಲೆ ಪತ್ತಿನ ಪೇನ್ ದೇ ವರ್ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾರ್ಡ್ ಟೋಟಲಿ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಆತನಾಗ ಒಂಜಿ ಎದುರುಡು ಒಂಜಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಬರ್ಪೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾರಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾರಿ ಆಯ್ ಬತ್ತನೆ ಕೆಂಡೆಗೆ ದಾದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಯ್ ಬಂದು ಅಣ್ಣ ಇಂಚ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಎಂಚಾಳು ಜೀವ ಬದುಕಾಲೆ ಜೀವ ಬದುಕಾಲೆ ಬಣ್ಣ ಕೈಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಪೇರಿಗೆ ಯಾ ಬದುಕಾವೆ ಪಿರಿಯನ್ ಕೆರ್ಪೆ ಆಡ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಎಂಚಿನ ರಿವಾರ್ಡ್ ಈ ಎಂಚಿನಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊರ್ಪೆ engineer because they're desperate. Sometimes, then the illegal activities take maybe because of desperate also. I can't wonder. Here, Kerananda, here, Bodhininkoro. It's a different kind of story. So, he killed it. Thereafterwards, Taithan Baka, Brahman definitely Maradudi. He is not prepared to give his wife. Itte, ಈ ಬ್ರಾಣೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಫಲ ರಜ್ಜಲ್ನ ಮಾಯಿಲ ನಡೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಎಂಗ್ಲೇ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊರೋಡು ಆರು ಇಂಚ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೇರೆ ಐಕಿತೆ ಐಪನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಇಂಕೊರೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯಚಿ ಯಾನ್ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ಆನಂದಾಂಡ ದಟ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಂದಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡೈ ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಟು ಸುಸೈಡ್ ಐ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಡೂ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಬಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡಿಲೇ ದಿ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ವೈ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡಿಲೇ ದಿ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹಿ ರೀಚಸ್ ಸಚ್ ಎ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಏಜ್ ಸೊ ಹಿ ಲೂಸ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಹರ್. This is a very different kind of thing. Sometimes in justice kornagala, how the justice is getting deleted. It may not be happening in your court cases, maybe a small story. There is a justification is there, but justification is not there everywhere for delaying. So anchadupunaga, yan maatedla request parmani, akla jeevanudu, oju doctor nade popunala, oju advocate nade popunala, barrevalli. With this word, I wish all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vivekananda. Of course, your suggestions shall be implemented in its true spirit and truth, definitely. And here, Vakilernade Porchi Vandar and Enkulina Alpunbuka. Avanchuru correction Malpodapundu, Agathitanda Barodapun, Dr. Lawyer Nade. Anyway, we will proceed further. Pravinanda, the president from the chief guest of today's function, Praveen Boshetty, please, sir.
Vivekananda said justice delayed. Yes, I'm adding to that. And Tulut Panpe, when Yanpa Varchada, when you Paraban Katakata Untadir, Judgiki and Dada Menamit the case, Mernamit the case Panaga, court clerk Panpe, when you Padna Varcha Pondan Chida Derapant. Haiku, Judge Garwarpun, Nik Nachika Puja. ಈ ಅನ್ಪ ವರ್ಷದಾಯಿ 14 ವರ್ಷದ ಪೊಣ್ಣ ಎಂಚಿ ಈ ದ್ಯಾ ಚಿಡಾಯ ಪನ್ನೆಕ್ ಯಾನ್ ಚಿಡಾದಿನಿ 17 ವರ್ಷಡು ಇದ ಮುಟಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಚಾಲು ಉಂಡೆ ಅನ್ನ ಬಂದೆ ನಗಿಸುವುದು ಸಹಜ ಧರ್ಮ ನಗುವುದು ಸಹಜ ಧರ್ಮ ಪನ್ಪಿನೆಕ್ ಯಾನಾಗ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಲ್ತೀನಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟುಡೇ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು Mr. Prabhakar Shetty, the good friend of mine. He has been introduced by me when I was in a treasurer in the Bunts Sangha for his good work we have facilitated that time. And today, because of his efforts, he was upright. All cream crowd came, including the lady members also. Around 100 lady members also here. And you will the 10 gante athanu kuldar pannaga. See, it is very yankalenu yan pande Vivekananda. Irak muji minute engarat min dechi paate jin band. Da pandir. Jana kulita povandu led band. Actually, 700, Prabhakar, 700 people attended for your seminar. The very good seminar, which is very important. Why it is so? Why it is so? Under the umbrella of Bunts Sangha, I always emphasize, Bunts Panyagulama Pura Vatta Odban. Ini, Maaterana, got Deepa Potanaga, Maaterana Leth, the myth, Mata, Yan Pudar Panpe. Bunts law forum ಮಾತೆ ಲೆತ್ತಿರು Bunts medical practitioner ಲೆತ್ತಿರು chairman ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಮುಲುಂಡ್ Bunts ಜವಾಬ್ ತಾನೆ Bunts association of Bunts chartered accountant Indian Bunts chamber of commerce ಬಾಂಬೆ Bunts ಮಾತೆರನ್ನು ಲೆತ್ತಿದ್ದು ಒಟ್ಟು ಬಣ್ಣತೆ it is under one umbrella. I always emphasize Bunts in Panama ಒಟ್ಟಾದ because our strength always lies in unity. That message has to go. That is the one of the greatest appreciation for us. And RC is recommending that law college. Yes, sir. Law college's application is there, and sponsor is also there. Mr. Dr. P.V. Shetty is ready to sponsor 1 crore rupees for the law college. Only thing is, we don't have separate building for that. We are trying level best. And Aregan Pande, Nana Bansanga, 100 years Katnaga, I told you winged Nank Malpana chance undu Pandit. Sir, Rade Varsha, year board, Irupora Dagat. Irnakaita inauguration Malpuga. Kali Radata Muji Varsha. Nothing to say much. Because lawyers advocate Bode Board. Why Bode Board means our Supreme Court of India said ignorance of law is not an excuse. So Anchadapanaga Material Atitmala Pustaka law book whether Apuji lawyer Nakul Vodu Nank help Malpir. And lawyers should be affordability, accessibility of the code, affordability out. I could Pandit senior lawyers Ravi Shetna Gurtand and ಮತ್ತೆ ಬನ್ಸ್ ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಐನಾಥ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಎಂಜಿನ ಸಂಘದ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆದ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ದಾದೆ ಪನ್ನಾಗ ಟು ಸರ್ವ್ ದ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇರ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬೈ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ದ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಇತ್ತೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಉಂಟು ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ನಗಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ಅವರುಂಡು ಅರೌಂಡ್ 400 ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್ ಅಗಲ್ನ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಣ್ಸಂಗ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಒಂಜಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಮಲ್ಪನೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಜಿ ಆವೊಂದುಂಡು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಆವೊಂದುಂಡು ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ್ಯಾಗ್ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪನ್ನಾಗ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ದ ಪ್ರಿವಿಲೇಜ್ಡ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ದುಂಪೋದು ಅಂಡರ್ ಪ್ರಿವಿಲೇಜ್ದಾಗಲಿಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಬನ್ಸ್ ಪನ್ಪಿನ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಐಟಿ ಏರ್ಲ ಬಂಗದಾಗಲು ಇಜ್ಜೇರಿ ಪನ್ಪಿನ ಕಾವಡೊಂದು ಕೊಂಚ ಭಾರಿ ಆಸೆ ಉಂಟು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಮುಂಬೈ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂಜಿ ಮೂಜಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು 4 ಲಕ್ಷ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ಕೇಂಡೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 400 ಮುಟ್ಟ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ತುಪ್ಪಿರ ಅಂಡ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ತುಪ್ಪನಾರಿ 150 and I told Prabhakar Anna to gather more members, Bunts members, so that our unity will be, strength will be more. So ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಡು ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೇ ಡಿಲೇ ಆಪಿನಿಂದಲ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಡು ಕರಪ್ಟ್ ಕೆಲವು ಜಡ್ಜಿನಾಗ್ಲು ಪೇರು ಮನೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜಿನ ಈತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದಿಕ್ಕು ಅವು ಪಕ್ಕ ಇಜ್ಜಿ ಬಂಡೇರು ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಐತ ಒಂಜಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯ ಪನ್ಪೆ ಒಂಜಿ ಐತಲ್ಲ ಒಂಜಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆ ಜೋಕ್ಸ್ ಉಂಡು ಏರ್ಲ ಅಪಾಡ್ತೆ ನಡೆ ಜಡ್ಜಿ ಬಾರಿ ಕಡುಸ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಒಯ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಬಗ್ಗೊಂದಿತ್ತುಜಿ ಆಯನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪೊರೆ ಬುಡುಪುಜಿ ಐಕ್ ಒಂಜಿ ಯಂಗ್ ಜಡ್ಜಿ ಒಂಜಿ ಐಡೆ ಮಲ್ತೆಕಿ ಎಂಚ ಮಲ್ಪನ್ ಪನ್ನಾಗ ಆಯ್ ಕೇಂಡೆ ಸಬೂತ್ ಪೇಶ್ ಕರೋ ಪಂಡ ಆಯ್ ಸಬೂತ್ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ ಒಂಜಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಕೊರಿಯೆ ಲಾ ಬುಕ್ ಕೊರಿಯೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ದಟ್ ಸರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 420 ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪೇಜ್ ನಂಬರ್ 420 ಸಿ ಓಪನ್ ಇಟ್ ಸರ್ ಕರ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಲ್ಪನಾಗ ಐಟು 2000 ನೋಟು ಬರದೀತೆ ಜಡ್ಜಿ ತುಯೆ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಾಪುಜಿ ಜಡ್ಜಿ ಖುಷಿ ಆಂಡು ಆಯ್ ಬಂಡೆ ಹಾಂ ಎಸ್ और भी ऐसा सबूत पेश किया जावे पन्ना इंचिन जड्जिनागलू उल्ले नम्मडे देपन्न हईकोर्ट मरणी तिक्किदिन अವು ಬಂಡಲ್ ತೂನಾಗ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಪುಂಡು ಅವು ಏತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಗಲ ಉಂಡು ಬಂಡದು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ನಿಗಲಂತೆ ಕುಂತೆ ನಿಕಲು ತೆಲ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಬಂದು ಈತು ಪೊಡ್ತು ಕುಲ್ಲಿಯಾರ್ ನಿಕಲು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಸ್ ರಿಗಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಮಂಜುರ ಪಂಡೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಸಾರಿ ಆಡಪಂಡೆ ಒಂಜಿ ಮಿನಿಟ್ಲ ಇರು ಬೋರ್ ಮಲ್ಪೊಚ್ಚಿಂದು ಬಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಜಂಟಲ್ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಒನ್ ಎ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ಲ್ಲ ಒಂಜಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ಲ ಬೋರ್ ಮಲ್ತಜೆರ್ ದ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಆರು ಮಲ್ತನ ಒಂದುಂಡತೆ ಅದರ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಡನ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆಲ್ ಬಟ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಡನ್ ವೆರಿ 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 ವೆಲ್ ಸೊ ಹಿಸ್ ವೈಫ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ದ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್ ಲತಾ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಂಜು ಹಲೋ ಸೊ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಮಚ್ 10 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ ಪಾತೆರ್ರೆಂಡು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೀನು ಬೈದ್ನಾಗಲೇ ಮಾತ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ನಾ ಕುಡಿഞ്ഞു പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് ಎಡ್ಡೆಡ್ಡೆ ಜನಕ್ಕುಲೇನು ನೆತ್ತ 30 ವರ್ಷದ ದುಂಬು ಈ ಫಾರ್ಮಾತಿನ ವಿಠಲ್ ಶೆಟ್ರು ಆರು ಐ ನೋ ವಿಠಲ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ವಿಠಲ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ವೆರಿ ವೆಲ್ ಆರು ಫೋಟೋ ಹಿಡಿತೇರು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪೂರ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ತನಾಗಲು ಇನಿ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅತ್ನ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಜನದ ಕೈ ಕುಂತು ತೆಗೆದು ನಿಂತು ಬಂದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಖುಷಿ ಒಂದುಂಡು ಒಂದೇ ಬಣ್ಣ ಯಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಲ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಲ್ಪನಾಗ ಒಂತ ಇರಿ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಇಜ್ಜಿ ಮೇ ಬಿ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ಒನ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಂಚಿನ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮು ಒಂದು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 6 ಮಂತ್ ಕೊರ ದೀಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನ ಬರ್ಪೇರು ಜನ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ದ ನೆಗೋಷಿಯಬಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಅವೊಂಜಿ ದೀವಲಿ ఒక సీనియర్ సిటిజన్ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಎಂಚಿನ ಪಂದು ಅವಳ ಅವಧಿಯೋಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಣ್ಸಂಗೋಡು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸಿಟಿಜನ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಉಂಡು ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ ನೈಟ್ ಭಾರಿ ಲಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲೇರು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಎಂಕುಲು ಏರು ಉಳ್ಳೇರ ಒಂದು 80 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಮಿತ್ತಗಲಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪೋದು ಕಾರ್ ಪತ್ತಿದ್ದು ಆಗಲೇ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಲ್ತು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಕಣ್ಣು ನೀರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವೇ ಎಂಕಲೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಎನ್ನುವ ಆತ್ ಎಂಕಲೆ ಖುಷಿ ಆಪುಂಡು ಐತರಡ್ಡು ವಿಷಯ ನಿಗಳು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಿಲೆ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ವಿವೇಕಣ್ಣ ನೀನು ವಿವೇಕಣ್ಣೆ ಬಾರಿ ಪೊರ್ಲು ತೋಜೊಂದಿಲ್ಲ ರೀ ನಾನು ದಿನ ಪೊರ್ಲೆ ತೋಜುನು ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಆಲ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಬನ್ಸ್ ಅವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಪಂಡ್ರೆ ಪಂಡೆ all office barriers of the Bunts Law Forum and work with the, as I said, along with, associate with the Bunts Nyaya Mandali. They pana Bunts Nyaya Mandali agulla help maltarinda and nama ainath nanku dispute ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಅಲ್ಪರೆ ಆಪುಂಡು ಪನ್ನೊಂದು ಇನಿ ಬೈದ್ನ ಮಾತೆ ರೆಗಲ ಕುಡೋರ ನನ್ನರ ಸೊಲ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂದ ಒಂದು ಜೈ ಬನ್ಸ್.
Thank you Pravinanna. Short the barrier suggestion courier of course. Bunts Law Forum the Paravad yan panpe enkalda already pura practicing advocates the panel list undu erege yapala bodda free legal advice eid boka court git poretna bete vishay free legal advice the already undu for all Bunts community, not only Bunts Law Forum the members, Bunts community the already we have started that Buntara vanitla in padrandu we will circulate to all this at a suggestion Pravinanna law college la avadu in delay gala iron justification courier and judges nagulu ori erla tappu ittina maaterella tavege nenu haul malpodchi edda judges alla ulleru we are hailing on the same boat anchadu ite next we moving into the last resident address by advocate PK Shetty.
Maaterekla namaskara. It's a formality that I must address the chief guest and guest of honor and all the dignitaries in the dais and good evening to everybody. I will not take much time because everything is said. Now, Kalinama, today's day is day dream come true. Nama adhyakshariga Bombay Bunts Sanghada adhyakshariga onji malla legal seminar malpodan pandittere. I said if you are giving me support we will go ahead. Then next talk was with our guest of honor Mr. Vivek Shetty. I said, if you are giving money, I will go ahead with Bunts Sangha's president's promise. So both of us have agreed. And Pravinanna said, you must bring some judges to the seminar. What can I do there? I said, no. We want you and Vivekanna to come and address, so it is easy for me. Today I am tension free, though there is some delay in the program. Otherwise, you have to put 2 people for the escorting the judges who come here, rather than concentrating on the subject. Anyway, I am really grateful to all the associations who have supported me here in this, getting this seminar really successful, carrying more than 600 to 700 people for this seminar. Now, only one thing I want to say, we have not printed any leaflets and things that, okay, here is the notary, here is the free legal advice, here is the women advocates and all that. So what we have said is the PPT people, please display the pages of the free legal advice advocates. Mr. PPT, please display the pages of free legal advocate services. I must tell you only 2-3 things. We have got 20 and odd notaries. We are going to distribute, we are going to circulate this list in the WhatsApp group of Bunts Sangha and all WhatsApp groups of all these 8 associations. Whoever want to take benefit, they can take. Second is, we have 125 and over 27-30 advocates has offered free legal service in the advisory capacity. I have given the phone numbers and their location, what they are handling. That also we are going to display. We will give it to Bunts Sangha's main WhatsApp group. Now nobody keeps either in head nor in pocket. Everything is in the mobile. So we will give it in WhatsApp group. All associations, anything, anytime you want, you can contact them, but not at right in the morning 10 o'clock because they will be in the court. So you have to talk to them in the leisure period and take the appointment and talk to them. They will get the advice. Now look at the women advocates. I was really taken it I must salute them. We have more than 20 women advocates, young ladies, who are top on the board in every law firm. The three representation here is only Shreni and Disha. You could see the confidence level with them, in what level they are given you the presentation. I must congratulate to them. I am grateful to Bunt Sangha for extending the help, and Mr. Vivek Shetty for sponsoring the program. And I must again salute all these 8 organizations of Bunt Sangha, 8 organizations of various Bunts organization, which is already listed, like Jawab, IBCCI, Doctors Association, BBA and all that. And Ahar and 9 regional chairmen of Bunt Sangha, where he said, I'm difficult to get 500 people. He said, I will get you 900 people, each 100 people from each region, you go ahead. So today you could see, most of the people have come from regions, though they are far away in Dombivli, Kalyan and Dahanu. So that is the way we can, gear up our functions, every functions. First function was budget session, over 100 people, conducted by CA. Next function was IBCCI Bunt Star Award, 1,200 people. We are the smallest among all these organizations, 125. Today we could get 700 only because of your support. So my submission is, let us get together for any sort of program. This would be helping each other, and this is the way I think we must go ahead. And I will not take your much time. I wish all the best for a continued support for holding such seminar every year from all these organizations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Sir. And a lot vote of thanks by Pritish Shetty, advocate.
I was supposed to say good evening, but it doesn't seem very appropriate right now. I'm conscious that each of you is raring to get started with dinner, so I'll keep this very brief. It's an honor and a privilege for me to stand here and deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the BLF committee. First and foremost, I would like to thank Mr. Prabhakar Shetty, President of BLF, for presiding over the seminar, and all our committee members who have been tirelessly working and continue to work behind the scenes. They have been the backbone of the event's success. I would also like to express our deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Shri Praveen Boja Shetty, President of Bunt Sangha, Mumbai, and our guest of honor, Shri B. Vivek Shetty, Chairman and Managing Director of Vishwa Chemicals Limited, for gracing us with their presence today. Your inspiring words have left us with much to reflect upon. A heartfelt thank you to all the panel members, moderators, and speakers. Mr. Ravindranath Shetty, Senior Counsel of the Bombay High Court, Mr. Ranjit Shetty, Ms. Disha Shetty, Ms. Shreni Shetty, Mr. Manjunath Hegde, again Ms. Disha Shetty, Mr. Vikrant Shetty. Your expertise and insights have truly enriched our understanding of relevant topics that we all knowingly, unknowingly are required to deal with on a daily basis. A special word of thanks to our sponsor, Vishwa Chemicals Limited, and all our donors. Without their generous support today, this event would not have been possible. Thank you for believing in our vision and helping us bring this to life. I would also like to thank Bombay Bunts Association, Jawab, IBCCI, ABCA, Association of Bunt Doctors, Mulund Bunts, Thane Bunts Association, Ahar, the Mahila Vibhag of Bunt Sangha, and all 9 regional chairmen of Bunt Sangha for their continuous guidance and support. I would like to thank Bunt Sangha that has generously provided us with this auditorium at no cost. I would like to appreciate Santosh Caterers for arranging a wonderful dinner for all of us to enjoy, and Orion Decorators for this beautiful stage setup. A special thanks to Udayavani and Karnataka Malla, who have covered today's event and Brahmari TV for the live coverage. Finally, I thank each one of you for your participation and engagement and making this event complete. Your presence has made this seminar a success. On that note, I would like to invite all of you for dinner. Thank you once again and have a wonderful night ahead.
Thank you, Pratish. Pratish is son of Karunakar Shetty, president of Mulund Bunts. Mahathirna organizer for the request. Mahathirla Reddu Unas Sanji proceed on. Thank you.